Adrian N. Breitfelder, City Clerk, you are hereby directed to call a special session of the City Council to be held on Monday, February 16th, 2026 at 6 p.m. in the Historic Federal Building for the purpose of conducting a work session on Greater Dubuque Development Corporation.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to a special session at the Dubuque City Council for February 16th, 2026. As a reminder to viewers and listeners, due to the nature of tonight's meeting topic, public input is not accepted. However, you may contact the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/council-contacts. Attendance for the session is as follows. Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Council members Leyendecker.
Here.
Resnick.
Here.
Roussel.
Here.
Sprank.
Here.
Thank you. Staver.
Here.
Wethel. Here. City Manager Van Milligan.
Here.
And City Attorney Brumwell.
Here.
Thank you. Our work session topic is Greater Dubuque Development Corporation Quarterly Update. I will turn it over to its President and CEO, Jason White.
Good evening, everybody. Jason White, President and CEO of Greater Dubuque Development Corporation. Pleased to be with you. First time, first quarterly update, so even more of a pleasure. So this evening is not a razzle-dazzle presentation. It's more of a kitchen table conversation. So looking forward to talking a little bit about where we are, where we've been as an organization, where we are as an organization, and where we will go going forward as an organization. Some of the things that I'm going to talk about tonight, I talked about earlier with the executive committee upon my hire, but also tailored some things this evening of things that are also of interest to the city specifically, as we seek to build, grow, and preserve the economy that we have. First month has really been a lot about building relationships and enhancing relationships, which might sound a little interesting, given that I've been here for almost 5 years, grew up here, et cetera, but really wanted to take the time, really as an external candidate would, and meet and build and preserve and enhance the relationships that we have with each of you, our stakeholders, our businesses, board members, staff, et cetera. In the future weeks and months ahead, I've talked to City Manager Mike Van Milligan. I plan to meet with those of you who I have not had a chance to sit down with yet, so I look forward to those conversations as well. First off, just want to talk a little bit about, usually I have somebody running my slides for me, so tonight this could be interesting. And candidly, the most important content tonight is not what's on the slides, it's the conversation. I look forward to answering any questions you have too. But so one of the things I've been...
Real quick, I need to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Eric, could you switch over so we're not watching the live feed? Thank you so much. That helps us see the screen up here. So thanks, Jason.
You bet. Yeah,
sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. No problem. First off, the question is, what kind of organization is Greater Dubuque Development? And one of the things I've discovered, just going through this process and reaffirming, is that this organization is one with a lot of history, a lot of strength, and has a solid foundation and a level of credibility among all of our stakeholders. It's also built for continuity and evolution. So I think that's one of the things that I really talked about coming in is we have a lot of great things going on right now as an organization, a lot of support in our community, in our region, and those are the kind of things we want to continue to establish and maintain going forward, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And the other thing I just want to mention too is, just diagnosing where are we at as an organization, because that depends on what our track will be. And one of the things I talked to the executive committee about is, people want you to succeed when they give you a book to read to help you with your transition. And one of the books I was given was The First 90 Days by Michael Watkins. And one of the things he talks about is the different types of organizations based on the STAR method, which is startup, turnaround, accelerated growth, realignment, and sustained success. And what I really identified is we're in that realignment, sustained success. Boy, that's easier said than done. Period as an organization. And when I say that, is when you're in an early stage, you involve a lot of change, a lot of foundation, a lot of formation. As you get further into that, change becomes a little resistant, because if things are working, why would you change it? So one of the things I think is important for a growing community, organization, et cetera, is to continue to look at ways that you can grow change, and innovate. And those are the kind of things that we're going to look at going forward and continuing to sell why that's important. So a few things that I heard while I was going through this process is that the board really values Greater Dubuque Development's impact and credibility. Very strong and united alignment on the need to continue to evolve in how we work and how we perform as an organization, and a shared desire for clearer goals, stronger strategies, and greater innovation. So when we talk about population growth, we talk about business growth, very strong alignment and expectations to continue to the twofold strategy of continuing to grow the economy and grow the population of our community, and do that in an opportunistic way that delivers value and really focuses on the future. So one of the things that I had a pleasure to be a part of was our last strategic planning effort, which took place last year. And the whole effort was really intended upon looking ahead to the next transition with the next CEO, looking at the things that need to be in alignment for us to continue to succeed as a region and as an organization. One of the things I was really excited about was this map right here, was to continue to focus on the greater part of Greater Dubuque, with Dubuque certainly as the center. And if you look at where Dubuque draws its workers, its workforce, its talent, it's that map right there. So you can see that the strength of our region and the people that come into our region comes from about an 8 to 9 county area. And we've been fortunate to be able to convene on a quarterly basis an organization informally called the Tri-State Economic Development Practitioners, which includes those counties and also Lafayette County. And when we do get together, we're representing about a 250,000 populated region. And I say that because, a couple months ago, Debbie Durham was talking about the Omaha Council Bluffs region, and was talking about how they have a 1 million person region, and they're effective in trying to compete for new business because they are able to draw from a larger mass of people and pull in several counties. And as we go forward, this is the kind of conversation we want to continue to have about the assets, the amenities, the population, the economic strength, with Dubuque as the center of that circumference of that 8 to 9 county region. And then the board was very clear in terms of what it wants us to focus on going forward. When you look at business support and attraction, certainly that's our bread and butter and has been for a long time. Population growth was actually called out as one of the top 4 strategic initiatives for our organization to focus on. And as we know, there's only a handful of counties in Iowa that are growing, and Dubuque is one of them. And that, we're very fortunate in that way. But we're also in Iowa, we're in the Midwest, and we're not growing as fast as we are in different parts of the country. So the board has really challenged us as a team to continue to focus on ways that we can align our strategies around continuing to bring people into our market. Organizational excellence, and then also regional collaboration, which I already talked about a little bit. We're really focused on right now on developing connections with the team, realigning our efforts there. We're a little bit of a smaller team than we were a month or 2 ago, so building that capacity and realigning our strengths with our current team is really important. We have a great team. I think you've heard and met many of them before, and representing workforce, business services, marketing, et cetera. And so we're in the process right now working with the team to make sure that we have all of our bases covered. We also have a very veteran team too, so we have a very experienced team, which also helps us stand out with other markets too. And building that business services capacity is important going forward, looking at new business, existing business, recruited business, and also looking at our operations team as a core strength. So certainly Karen and Anna, I would say, I call them our quality control team. So as we're continuing to look at different initiatives that we can take on and build upon as an organization, they continue to keep the trains moving on time. And then proving what works. So the brand of Greater Dubuque Development for a long time, for as long as I've been in this business, has been taking care of existing business, understanding the needs of existing business. And so we will continue to keep that as the forefront and number one priority of our organization. And over the next several months, looking at how we do that, how we collect data, how we follow up on that data, and how we deliver value as well. And then certainly our workforce solutions programming. And there's a couple of things I just wanted to highlight there. One is our Opportunity Dubuque program, which is focused on upskilling unemployed and underemployed people in our market, the hardest to reach populations in our market, and making sure that they have income opportunities to produce and contribute to their community. And right now, going back into 2012, our program that was supported by the city of Dubuque, Dubuque County, and DRA, we have had 3,882 completions from that program, 85% who ultimately enrolled and finished as well. And then also distinctively Dubuque, in this last calendar year, we had 117 newcomers to the Dubuque market that went through our 5-week program to become more integrated into our community, to feel included, to feel like they belong, because when you belong, you're more likely to contribute and support your community in a variety of different ways. We're also focused on building for the future. So a lot of focus during the interview process is how are we going to be a next generation economic development organization, recognizing the elements of business intelligence and artificial intelligence as well. And one of the questions was, what are we doing to help existing businesses engage with artificial intelligence? And one of the questions we've been looking at as a team is, how are we as a team utilizing AI? And so those are some of the conversations we're looking at how we can integrate that in some of our initiatives, our BR&E program, which has a lot of steps, right? And how can we continue to integrate that into our work and delivery for the clients that we serve. Site readiness is also a big component. If you're going to recruit or help existing and expanding businesses, it also always starts with real estate. So it starts with a site or it starts with a building. So continuing to look at the infrastructure that we have, the real estate portfolio that we have to help new and expanding businesses is going to be a stronger priority for this organization, which has been a priority over the years, but not easy to address. We have a really beautiful community, but our topography does not always lend us real well to be able to develop sites. And then certainly strengthen and reset key relationships, both as a team, the regional connections that we've been able to establish, and also from our board. I had a board member stop by today, and I said, we want to get to know your network, and we want to connect your network to our organization as well. And then thinking bigger, working regionally. We talked about the importance of regional connections and collaboration, talent and population attraction. I've challenged our team to come up with ideas, whether they're bad ideas or good ideas. We want ideas for how we can continue to grow our talent base and population base as well, compete for major projects. And one of the ways I've already identified with our site certification efforts that we're looking to pursue, and then laying the groundwork for the next successful fundraising campaign. Looking ahead, partnerships matter. So alignment with our key partner with the City of Dubuque is essential to this community and our organization's success going forward. Really been a pleasure so far to connect with the city team in many different ways, and the many meetings we've been a part of, DRT, economic development meetings, city planning staff, engineering, et cetera. Always coming to the table with solutions to the issues that our clients have, which has also been very important. Economic development is a team sport, so recognizing that sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but we're all on the same team. So if one of us fumbles on the 1-yard line trying to score a touchdown, we have each other's support and lift each other up for the next play. One thing I wanted to highlight with the time I have here, and I'm not sure how much time I have here, looks like I got 5 more minutes before Q&A, is one of the things I don't think we've ever shared officially, and that is the information that we gather from our existing business surveys. So through our info action process, from which we visit 250 plus visits or businesses every year and ask them a whole series of questions about their market, their workforce, community services, et cetera. We also run quarterly and annual dashboards that we share with our stakeholders, our board, our investors, et cetera. And this is a snapshot of that from the last quarter of 2025. And a couple of things I just wanted to highlight real quick from the 70 total interviews that we conducted is, first off, you'll see in that middle column, we have a public services index. So we ask on a scale of 1 to 7, employers to rate their satisfaction with each one of those public services. And so you can see the last quarter was not our best quarter in terms of the vibe that we got from our employers, which includes not just Dubuque, but also companies we talked to in the tri-state area. And you can see from that there are 15 benchmarks that went down. But that's not why I bring that up. I want to bring it up because of the 3 benchmarks that went up. And that was childcare, housing, and air service. So 3 major initiatives that we have collaboratively worked on between Greater Dubuque Development and the city of Dubuque over the last couple of years to address. But those scores all went up. Of course, air service was still rated low, but nonetheless, it was the fastest growing, improving rating over the last quarter for the time period that we benchmarked. We also noted that 52% of businesses said that they plan to increase, that their sales increased, up from 35% last year, with 34% citing stable levels and 14 decreasing levels. We also saw that although 60% of companies interviewed that quarter face workforce recruitment challenges with specific positions or skills, 50% anticipating adding net new jobs in the coming year, and that 81% of companies interviewed reported that the community is attractive for recruiting and recruiting talent from outside the area. And finally, I just wanted to mention a couple of things we're working on right now to advocate for legislative tools. So the Chamber of Commerce is the lead organization in the Dubuque area for legislative advocacy. But we have a strong partnership between the Chamber of Commerce and our organization. But there are a couple of things right now in the Iowa legislature that are getting enhanced scrutiny that we've really relied on to continue to grow as a community. One of those is tax increment financing. And we have, in the last couple of weeks, reached out to the Chamber of Commerce on a collaborative project to connect with developers and business owners that have done a project in Dubuque, in the Greater Dubuque area over the last 10 years, asking for their support and testimonial to contact their legislators and the governor's office to talk about why this tool is so important for their growth and the community's growth as well. The projects that we've reached out to include, on the housing side, 1,565 units and $307.6 million in capital investment supported by TIF. And on the business side, 749 jobs and $312.9 million in TIF-assisted projects. So not an insignificant number of impact over the last 10 years. And we've gotten good response so far. The governor's office has responded to a couple of business owners who have responded in the last couple of days. So encouraged by the dialogue that the governor's office and our legislators are now engaging us in this conversation. And the second tool just wanted to bring up, which in the arena we call 260E, which is the Iowa New Jobs Training Program. And this is administered by their community colleges, and in our region, Northeast Iowa Community College. But what this program does is it issues a bond for an expanding business that's adding jobs. That money is then used by the employer to train employees and is then paid back through the payroll taxes from the new employees. So the Iowa legislature is currently looking at a proposal to remove this program from Northeast Iowa Community College and other community colleges and centralize it at the state level, state government. So we believe that this loss of local control effectively would be detrimental certainly to Northeast Iowa Community College or other community colleges, but certainly for our employers that really view this as a differentiating program between Iowa and other states. So that's something we're also currently working on as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude and open it up to any questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Any questions? Mr. Resnick?
Thank you. Well, you're an important partner for us, so thank you for being a great partner. If you would, just tell our residents and, if you could compare and contrast what you do with the chamber. So tell us how you're same, but mostly how you're different. I mean, and it seemed from your presentation that taking direct action, such as child care promotion, would be one of those things. Could you talk about your connection and how you're different from the chamber?
Yeah, certainly. So the Chamber of Commerce is more of a kind of a networking or business-to-business membership-based organization. So when you join the chamber, it's an opportunity to engage in networking events, engage in some of their business-to-business networking programs to do business with one another, to attend, their events for education purposes. And also our Chamber of Commerce, and this is why I created the differentiating point before, that they're focused on creating a legislative advocacy program to represent the business community in the greater Dubuque area, particularly Dubuque. So where our organization is, we're kind of more of a nuts and bolts organization focused on working directly with the client to help them on an expansion project or troubleshoot an issue, whether it's a regulatory issue at the state level, a planning issue through the DRT process, whether it's better understanding tools such as tax increment financing, as I mentioned before, or a state program or a tax credit program. So basically channeling the resources of the community to support whatever they need to be successful here. And also identifying talent. So we mentioned our workforce programs as well, so we're very engaged in a number of those types of things as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Ms. Wethel.
So I just had a question. It would be on slide 11. We have received a dashboard similar to this, broken down at different times and different quarters. What I'm interested to know is, this is the quarter of October to December, what the previous quarter was so that we can judge the amount we're up or down.
Okay.
And then any qualitative data you could provide to us from employers that interviewed with you to give us a little bit more detail as far as why these numbers are where they're at, maybe what the change was perceived as for them personally in their own business, just so that we can dig a little deeper. That would be really helpful for me. I don't know if that's possible, but
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, so this is a snapshot, right?
Right.
And so there's about 90 pieces of data, 90 points of data that we collect through our info action process. So that's, again, we're going through this process right now of evaluation over the next couple months, and it's a good, healthy exercise for us to go through. Because there's a lot of detail that we don't share, right? And some of it's confidential, but some of it's not. And there's like information, for example, on supply chain, right? There's information on there about exporting, right? Who's exporting? Who's selling to other countries? And that's a big issue right now because of the turbulence happening with tariffs, for example, on international trade. So there's a lot of information I think that can still be gleaned from this that can help us, could help you, and also could get a better sense of some of the challenges they're facing on a macro level as well.
Yeah, I think, I'd like to know what is something that would be perceived within our control and what is an external force related to those changes. So
Good question.
Thanks.
We'll strive to do that.
great.
Anybody else?
I had a
Yeah,
question.
Mr. Staver.
So on these interviews, is there, so is this just a verbal interview, or is there a questionnaire that you provide, or?
There's a questionnaire, yeah.
Okay.
It's about 7 and 8 pages.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to see that questionnaire as well,
Absolutely.
just to put all of it into context.
Yep, good questions.
All right. Well, if there are no further questions, Jason, Mr. Sprank, do you have, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Sprank, do you have any questions or?
No, just appreciate all the information and of course talking to our state legislators about TIF.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good.
All right, Jason, well, thank you very much for
Thanks,
being
guys.
here, and congratulations once again on in getting your place in this position. So we appreciate working with you and look forward to it.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks for your
All right,
time. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Well, there's no further business in the work session. We'll be adjourned for about 4 minutes here. Adrian N. Breitfelder, City Clerk, you are hereby directed to call a regular session of the City Council to be held on Monday, February 16th, 2026 at 6:30 PM in the historic Federal Building for the purpose of conducting such business that may properly come before the City Council.
Thank you. Good evening, and welcome to a regular session of the Dubuque City Council for February 16th, 2026. As a reminder to our participants, you can provide in-person input or virtual audio and written input during the sections of the agenda where public input is accepted. Input options during the live meeting include: in-person attendees may approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any public input on the item they would like to speak to. Remote attendees can log into GoToMeeting using the login links, phone numbers, and access code that appear on the broadcast and live stream and posted on the front page of the meeting agenda. This option includes audio input and written chat input. If you are participating via computer, indicate which item you would like to speak to in the chat function, or note that you would like to speak during the appropriate section. If you are participating via phone, Indicate which item you would like to speak to during the appropriate section. All comments, whether in person or virtual, must be accompanied by a name and address. Additionally, written public input is accepted by contacting the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/councilcontacts and through the City Clerk's office email at ctyclerk@cityofdubuque.org. This information will be reiterated during the meeting. Attendance for the session is as follows. Mayor Kavanaugh?
Here.
Council members Leindecker?
Here.
Resnick?
Here.
Roussel? Here. Sprank?
Here.
Thank you. Staver?
Here?
Wethel?
Here.
City Manager Van Milligan?
Here.
And City Attorney Brumwell.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Kavanaugh, I'll turn it over to you for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Adrian. I invite all who are able to please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our presentation this evening is 2025 AACE Rising Star Award Recognition.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name's Maddie Haverland. I am the Director of the Housing and Community Development Department. And we're excited this evening to share with you recognition of one of our incredible team members for representing Dubuque on a national stage. Lucas Gagne was the 2025 recipient of the Rising Star Award from the American Association of Code Enforcement. We're very proud of him and what he's accomplished, and for the recognition that it brings not only to him, but to our community as well. And so I'm going to let Ben Potoff, his supervisor, tell you a little bit more about why Lucas deserves this award.
Thank you. I'm Ben Potoff, Deputy Code Official for the City of Dubuque. I work with our team of inspectors, and I wrote the nomination for Lucas to the American Association of Code Enforcement. And I'll start off just by saying how great it was to have them recognize what I see in him and what I see in so many of our teammates. We're putting in the work. We're trying to make this community better. We're doing it locally. We're doing it through state and regional chapters. Lucas for Iowa Association of Code Enforcement has really done miraculous work with that group, and he's bringing back best practices and helping to share the wealth of knowledge that he has across the country, or across the state and across the country. To that end, he's a continual learner. He brings his best effort and really does sound work for the City of Dubuque, so I was proud to see him recognized and want to offer my congratulations to him.
Thanks, everyone. I'm Lucas Gagne, Inspector for the City of Dubuque's Housing and Community Development Department. While I didn't expect any recognition for serving on any boards, I serve on the Iowa Association of Code Enforcement, and through them onto the American Association affiliated. I just want to say, I appreciate the city offering the opportunity for us to serve on a national, or state and national scales, especially our encouragement through our department. It allows us to get out there, meet people in different communities, see what's going right, what's going wrong, and bring some of those ideas back. So, thank you.
Lucas, come on up. Come this way, yeah, we can do a picture. We'll make it official. There won't be so much distance, yeah. I am going to be really tall, though. All right, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Lucas, before we move on, I do want to make sure that I say a few words on behalf of the council. We sincerely appreciate the work that you do. We talk a lot about the professionalism in the City of Dubuque staff, and this is a great example of it. We've been doing a lot of these presentations lately of people who are winning awards statewide and nationally for the work that you're doing. And I just want you to know that we are proud of you, and the City of Dubuque is proud to have people like you doing this work and being recognized for it in this way. So thank you so much for what you do. thanks everybody for coming to celebrate. I see we got some crowd here, so that's good. All right, Adrian, we can go ahead.
We'll move on to consent items. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the consent items, please approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input and state your name and address. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Please state the item you would like removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration, and consent items can be found on pages 2 through 5 of the agenda.
All right, thank you, Adrian. Do you have anyone who would like any of the consent items removed for separate discussion this evening? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually? Okay.
No input.
All right, then back to us.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file the documents, adopt the resolutions, and deal with the consent items as recommended.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon-Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh. Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
I'm sorry. Part of these consent items is the subdivision approvals and stuff like this.
Do you have a number for me, Mr. Staver?
So we have number 6.
Are you referring to the plat of survey?
Well, yeah, 7.
So plat of survey for Adair Place and the final plat for Hirsch Place?
Yeah,
Yes, they are part of the consent agenda.
yeah. I do have some things I guess I have questions about.
Okay, all right. Krenna, can we back up at this point after we've already made a motion and seconded?
Think about this for a second. Technically, no.
Okay. All right. So, go ahead, you have more to say?
No.
Okay.
I mean, from a Robert's Rule standpoint, once there's been the motion and the second after the opportunity has been given to poll,
Okay,
the vote would be the next step.
all right. So unfortunately, Mr. Staver, our options at this point are to vote yes or no on this particular motion. So,
So, no, I guess.
Okay. Resnick.
This point of information, so I do have a vote and I will vote, but I just want to make sure that Mr. Staver gets good information about when to bring up his topic. So, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that, and could we be just more specific for Mr. Staver next time so he could ask questions? When's the best time to ask questions about these?
You bet. So when the consent agenda items come up and the city clerk and the mayor, they announce it and then they ask if there's anybody in the audience that wants anything pulled. If nobody in the audience wants anything pulled, it comes back to the table for any council members to pull anything. So that's the time where you would just say, Mr. Mayor, I would like to pull whatever numbers there are. And if that's those will be set to the side then. A motion would be made to handle the rest of the standard business, except for those items. Then the vote happens on the rest of them, and then there's individual discussion on the ones that are pulled.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could I
Yeah.
ask Karen a question?
absolutely.
So if the council were to vote no on this motion, does it just start all over and then he could remove the two things?
Yes, sir.
And then there's one more vote to go, correct? Because since I need to vote then,
Correct, just
Yes.
Resnick, yep.
Yeah.
and I vote yes.
All right. So that motion does pass 6-1. So just as a point of order and information, what I'm going to work on for the next few meetings is I'm going to take a little bit more of a pause before we take that motion to have the consent items be voted on, so that we can make sure that we're clear that we'll have a moment at least to think for a second before we move any faster into the consent items, and rather than just pushing through them.
Fair enough.
Mayor.
My apologies. I should
Yep.
have.
No, that's all right, Mr.
Mr.
Staver.
Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Resnick.
Yeah, I feel I jumped that a little bit, so next time I'll definitely leave some time so people know what's going on and give people options. So I do think I jumped on that a little bit, so sorry about that.
Yep. All right, good discussion. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, Adrian, we can move on. Thank you.
Next are items set for public hearing. We have 4. First is 2026 Catherine Street Storm Sewer Project. Initiate public bidding process and setting date for a public hearing for March 2nd, 2026. Second is 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package 1. Initiate public bidding process and setting date for a public hearing for March 2nd, 2026. Third is 2026 Public Works Asphalt Overlay Program Sidewalk Curb Ramp Project Bid Package 2. Initiate public bidding process and setting date for a public hearing for March 2nd, 2026. And fourth is setting a public hearing for the adoption of the Public Housing Authority Annual Plan for Federal Fiscal Year 2026 for April 6th, 2026.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move to receive and file, adopt the resolutions, and set the public hearings for the dates specified.
Second by Wethel.
I got a motion by Russell, second by Wethel. Just a quick point of order on this one. These we don't discuss when we're setting the public hearing because the public hearing has to happen. So we move through these pretty quickly, set the public hearing, and then discuss when the public hearing comes in the future. So we've got the motion here and a second. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Next are boards and commissions. We have application review for the Human Rights Commission.
All right, so we have 2 3-year terms through January 1st, 2029, and we have 2 applicants. So the first is Courtney Ingvold. Do we have anyone here to speak to that application this evening? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually? No. Okay.
No input.
All right. So the second application is from Juan Montgomery. Do we have anyone to speak to that application this evening? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually? Okay.
No input.
All right, then we can move on to public hearings, please.
At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the public hearing items, please approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input for the public hearing you would like to speak to, and state your name and address. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function and state your question, or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input for the public hearing you would like to speak to. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Public hearing number 1 is request to rezone 1090 Radford Road.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move to receive and file, and further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second?
I got a motion by Russell, second by Resnick. Wally, coming right to you. Yeah, please, Wally.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Wally Wernemont, Planning Services Director. The Zoning Advisory Commission held a public hearing on February 4th to rezone approximately 11 acres of property located at 1090 Radford Road from commercial service and wholesale to AG Agricultural. The applicant, Kelhoff Properties LLC, which was represented by Luke Hoffman, noted that the site is part of a 15-acre parcel with the western 4 acres retaining the commercial service designation, so we'll have a large parcel that will be partially zoned commercial service. The remaining portion is requested to be ag. The rezoning would allow the applicant to maintain agricultural uses, which are currently being used on the property, and establish a hobby farm on the land that is largely undeveloped due to the location within the Catfish Creek floodway and steep terrain. This is an ideal rezoning. Specifically, we don't typically look at going to ag land quite often inside our corporate limits, but however, most of this area is actually encompassed by a floodway and a regulatory flood plain, which limits development on the site to begin with, and it's currently being used as ag. That's what it's taxed as in the current use of the property. The property is bordered by industrial and the railroad and Catfish Creek to the north, commercial and residential property to the south and east, and the National Guard facility to the west. Other thing I mentioned, just due to the isolation, the existing agriculture use, the rezoning is not expected to impact adjacent property owners within the immediate vicinity, traffic patterns, or public services. This rezoning actually reduces the number of permitted uses compared to what would be allowed in a commercial service district. And by a vote of 6-0, the Zoning Advisory Commission recommends that the City Council approve the rezoning request as submitted, and a simple majority vote by council is required for approval of the rezoning.
All right, thank you, Wally. We're in a public hearing to consider a request from Luke Hoffman, Kelhoff Properties, to rezone a portion of the property located at 1090 Radford Road from CS Commercial Service to wholesale to AG agricultural zoning. We have anyone from the public to speak to this here in chambers? Seeing no one here, anyone virtually?
No input.
All right, thank you both. All right, back to us then for any discussion. All right, I am seeing and hearing none. And it does, to me, seem pretty straightforward, Wally, so thank you very much for you and your staff's work on this one. All right, motion here is to receive and file and waive the 3 readings. So Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. You want a motion for final approval? Yeah.
I'm sorry. I moved final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Roussel. All right, seconded by Mr. Resnick. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 2 is request to rezone Rustic Point number 2.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel?
I move to receive and file, and further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
This is for
Second by Sprank.
I got a motion by Roussel, a second by Sprank. Wally, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. The request is to rezone 7 lots that are currently zoned R1 Single Family Residential to R2 Two-Family Residential in the Rustic Point Estates subdivision. The map before you shows the area in question, so the properties that are being requested are the black and white outlines. We have 2 lots that are located along Kennedy Road, and then the 5 lots located on Rustic Point Lane to the south there. We do notify all property owners within 200 feet. This map shows the 200-foot notification boundary, the red line around the areas to be rezoned. So everything you see highlighted in yellow received a notice from our office with regards to the public hearing request. These subject lots just kind of talk about the history of Rustic Point subdivision. It was annexed in the city in 2017, and in that first phase, the rezoned from ag to R1 and R2 zoning districts. And then later on in 2021, when we were going through the phase 2 development of the rezoning and the plating of that property, they did also rezone some ag land to R1 and R2. The project site includes those 7 total lots that we mentioned. The adjacent land uses to the north, south, and west are city and county residential zones, primarily residential, and to the east is a county agricultural zone. The traffic patterns we mentioned here are being provided primarily along the minor arterials of John F. Kennedy Road and the collector of Derby Grange Road. This is a diagram that shows the difference between R1 and R2 zoning. So everything that's allowed in an R1 district would be permitted in an R2 district. The 2 additional uses that would be allowed would be a townhouse, maximum of 2 dwelling units. And we define a townhouse as a side-by-side where you can have a common lot line that subdivides it. So you could have 2 single-family homes. They'd just be horizontally attached to each other, each on their own lot, but a common lot line, which is typically what you see in the Rustic Point subdivision. And then 2-family dwellings, which is duplex, so just a 2-unit on a lot by itself, not subdivided. This is the existing zoning, and I apologize because it doesn't really show the delineation very well, but these properties all along Kennedy Road, it's kind of this light orange, they're already zoned R2. This would be extending, rezoning these 2 properties to continue that R2 zoning. And then over here, we have a portion of the subdivision that was rezoned to R2. This is kind of the townhouse style that we're talking about with the common lot line, subdividing the units. Over here, we have the former Vitchens Estates property, which was a planned unit development. We did go through the process, and they are individual lots, so this has all been platted off as single-family homes. So just think of a smaller single-family home lot subdivision there. And then these lots right here in question are the ones they're looking at rezoning to R2. This is kind of a zoomed-in area to kind of show those properties. One question that brought up at the meeting was with regards to Kennedy Road. One point was brought up, this is probably more conducive to duplexes due to the high nature of the traveling along John F. Kennedy Road, and then also the single-family homes located along Rustic Point. Most of these lots are 100-foot wide, and our minimum single-family lot requirements would be 50 feet of street frontage and 5,000 square feet of lot area. So currently, some of these lots would be allowed just to be subdivided and have 2 single-family homes built on them presently. The other thing is the state of Iowa allows accessory dwelling units now by right. So really, there is no R1 single-family zoning no more in our community, I would say, because there's always an opportunity to add an additional unit through that state of Iowa requirement to allow accessory dwelling units. This is the public input that we received. In your packet, you would receive letters of opposition from the individuals here, Brian and Lori Lewis, Krista Pawlowski and Beta Bill, Jennifer Winkleman, and then Gary Yeager spoke at the meeting, and then also Mark Link spoke at the meeting. And there is a letter of support from Greg Adams, who's a realtor for the property. This is the public input map, so just identifying those areas where we received the letters of opposition and then the people that spoke at the meeting. One of the concerns that were brought up at the meeting was the changing of the subdivision from single-family development to more duplexes. There was conversations with regards to the individuals or the families that are typically living in those duplexes, which is of older individuals is what was being discussed. And some of the property owners, the single-family home owners, were basically talking about having more single-family development in the subdivision. These properties, although being zoned R2, still would be allowed to have a single-family home built on it. So the R2 affords them the opportunity to build duplexes or townhomes on these lots, but a single-family home could still be constructed on those lots. So that's all I have, unless you guys have any questions.
All right, thank you, Wally. Well, we are in a public hearing to consider a request from Brian Reniker to rezone Rustic Point Number 2 from R1 single-family residential to R2 two-family residential. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item? Please. And just name and address for the record when you come up.
Good evening. I'm Brian Reniker, 2300 Stonebrook Lane. I am one of the developers of the subdivision and the applicant for this. I just wanted to, I think Wally did a good job of summarizing, but I just wanted to give a little bit of background there. We got 75 total lots in the subdivision. 57 of those were R1 and 19 were R2. Currently, we have 22 R1 lots remaining for sale and 0 R2 lots. And thus, we're approached by builders interested to see if we could be successful with this rezoning. And so that's what we're attempting here. Also, as a side note, there are 0 R2 lots available in the city of Dubuque for sale right now. So there's a shortage of that. I did walk around to all the houses that I felt like were affected by this and had conversations with most of them and understand the concerns about changing direction. You build a single-family home and now there potentially could be a townhome, in the backyard or across the street. So totally get that. But we're kind of tackling this in chronological order, with zoning being the first part of it, and then looking into the engineering, because there would be infrastructure improvements that would be required. Tapping into the main sewer and water for new laterals, separate laterals to build additional townhomes. So there is cost, and before we really get too much in there with engineering cost and understanding, making purchase agreements with people that are interested, we have to understand if this is even financially feasible for us. So if successful tonight, we'll take it back as a development team, taking all the feedback that we've gotten from the community. Again, we've still got a big vested interest in this with 22 lots remaining. So we obviously don't see it as a major negative impact, but we do want to make sure that we put our best foot forward for the folks that are living out there, made investments and so forth. So, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but I just thought I'd add that to what Wally had.
I had a question.
All right, well, thank you, but not yet, Mr. Staver. We have to wait for the public hearing to end, and then we can ask questions when it's our turn. So, thank you, Brian, for your comments. Okay, any other public input on this item? Seeing none here. Anything virtually?
No
Okay,
input.
thank you both. All right, I'll bring it back to us. I'm actually going to start us out, and then I'll come to you first, Mr. Staver, after that. Wally, can I ask you a question? One of the things that was brought up as a concern with this rezoning was the level of density causing some of the things we've heard before, more traffic, challenging with it being mostly single-family homes there. There's going to be too many people in one place. I was thinking through this and realized that there are quite a few neighborhoods like this in Dubuque already. I mean, Embassy West has multiple multifamily duplexes in there. South Point is another place like that. Some places close to Dubuque but not in Dubuque, or like Forest Hills out in Asbury, for example. Do we receive many complaints from those neighbors about the level of the traffic and density that are in those neighborhoods?
Typically, we don't. We haven't received, Hummingbird, for instance, in Sunny Slope is a good example where we have a lot of duplexes. What we're hearing more is the need for duplexes. So when we hear this thing called the missing middle, it's kind of a zoning term where you talk about everything from duplexes to townhomes to apartments up to like 6 to 8 units. There's a demand for these. A good example would be South Point. South Point was a lot of single-family home development, and they converted a lot of those to duplexes also. That's a newer area that's being developed for large-scale duplexes. The one thing about it is density is these are 10,000 square foot lots. So our typical single-family lot size is 50 by 100, so 5,000 square foot. So based on the sheer size of the lot, it could typically meet just 2 single-family homes. So they could currently right now subdivide, create 2 50 feet of frontage, 2 5,000 square foot lots, and build 2 single-family homes on it. What we're asking here to do is just take those 2 homes and butt them up against each other. The other thing we talked about is the proximity to the park. So on the plan, that's one of the unique things with regards to this is recreational spaces is what we'll hear a lot. A lot of times when you look at duplexes, they take up quite a bit of the yard. We do have a requirement, a minimum of 40% of the area can be covered by structures, and that the opportunities for recreation and everything associated with it. So we don't typically hear a lot of issues with regards to the duplex. Currently, right now, most of them are being sold. We had some situations, I shouldn't say situations, there's an opportunity for someone to purchase them and live in one unit and rent the other units out, but we don't control how rentals are used or owner-occupied units, but currently we haven't had any issues with them, so.
Interesting. All right. Thank you, Wally. Appreciate it. Mr. Saber, go for it.
Yeah, so I guess for me on this particular one, I'm just looking at where the complaints are coming from, which are, immediately kind of the ones that are going to be affected most by these properties. One of the complaints talked about, that they were, essentially assured that the lots around them would stay R1. I guess were the developers giving people those assurances, or?
You'd have to speak to the developer
Yeah.
with regards to that.
But yeah, I think I'm sympathetic to the people that live there that have voiced their opinion that, this is kind of, I think, a pretty strong outcry for it not to happen in their neighborhood. So I think, yeah, I would like to hear if they were told that they would stay R1 or and a lot of these people look like they just built too. So some of them were, one of them was coming out of a townhouse neighborhood specifically to be in a single family home neighborhood. So I mean, I feel like they have to have some confidence in our zoning too. When they bought it, they could have looked at the zoning and saw it was R1 and thought, well, okay, we're safe. So those are my concerns, I guess.
Okay.
Mr. Saber, did you have a question directly from Mr. Riniker? We
I'm
could bring
sorry,
him back
no,
up.
Not really. I guess towards the developer.
Okay. All right. So no is the answer. All right. Ms. Russell.
Thank you, Wally. You always give us a good presentation. I see that there's already many townhomes in this development, so it seems consistent with the area, and I think minimal traffic impacts. I live in a single-family home on a street where at either end there are townhomes on either end, and we have a we have a covenant in our neighborhood where people don't park in the street. So I don't know if that's somewhat of a solution. The traffic was one of the concerns, but really I haven't noticed any difference from my side of the street to the other side as far as traffic or people in the street. So I think it is consistent with the development as is, and whenever you have a vacant spot, I don't think anyone ever has any guarantees as far as what's going to be in that vacant spot. Is that kind of safe to say?
It is, especially when we see at the state level with a lot of preemption with regards to accessory dwelling units. So currently, right now, someone could build a single-family home on this lot, and they could build an attached accessory dwelling unit. It could be detached, doesn't have to be attached to the home, unless there's a restrictive covenant that's private covenant that we're not party to as the city. If that might be in the private covenants, like you mentioned, you have some private covenants with certain things. But you could build up to 1,000 square foot or 50% the footprint of the existing home, currently as is right now by right. So
Could I ask a question of Mr. Reniker?
Please, yeah, Mr. Reniker, come on up.
Thank you. So when you're building this type of home, so when you're looking at a townhome versus a single-family home on a lot, do you work to make sure that they are similar in look and kind of fit in physically to the rest of the neighborhood?
Yes, the same restrictive covenants apply. There's different square footage requirements, of course, but like the same amount of masonry is required on the front. No vinyl siding, for example, is in the covenants. So yeah, the appearance of these would be very consistent with the other 19. Obviously, it would be identical to the other 19, and 100% aligned with the single-family homes, for that matter.
Okay.
And everything's at least a 2-car garage, so these would have 4-car garages, right? Two for each unit, and so there wouldn't be the cars on the street if people were concerned about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And the only thing I wanted to add is that the fact that all the other 2-unit, the townhomes are already occupied, really tells us there's a need for this kind of housing. And I think it's supported by a letter from an area realtor. So that's my input. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Rousseau. Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Mayor, would you mind asking if the podium microphone could be turned up? I had some issues hearing the answers.
Sure. I think probably if we could just make sure we get close enough to the mic when answering, that'd be helpful, I think.
Well, thank you very much. So, Mr. Reniker, if you wouldn't mind putting in another 50 steps, and I'd love to ask you a direct question of a topic that was brought up earlier. And that is, was there an explicit or an implied commitment to keep the R1 designation in the lots that have them?
No, so we sell directly to builders in 95% of the situations up there. So I don't want to speculate, but that could have came from a builder, from a realtor, anyone else involved. But no, we haven't done.
But it's not written legally anywhere.
Oh, no.
That you're going to do that.
No.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And Mr. Wernemont, if you wouldn't mind, I don't know if you can answer this question, but the commission voted 4-1 to approve this. Would you be able to characterize the one dissenting vote, what the issue was?
yeah, the commissioner that had the dissenting vote kind of had expressed the same concerns that Mr. Stavers talked about. There was some opposition from the existing neighbors. They felt that it was going to remain R1 single-family residential. It's a change in the number of units that they're perceived. So that individual felt to vote against it just because of the increased density.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Linedecker.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Wormont, from the specific development, the Rustic Point, was the zoning, has it been amended since the initial plan was outlined, or is this the first amendment from a zoning standpoint?
Yeah, so when the property was annexed in, it was being proposed primarily as a R1 single-family residential development. There was some discussion with regards to the R2 lots, which are these lots located down here. So the first phase kind of incorporated, if you can see my cursor, I don't know if you can see it on your guys' screen before you, but this is kind of the first phase of the development. And this was all proposed to be R1 single family, but with the demand and the need for the duplexes, there was a rezoning to include the rear portion of that first phase, and then the second phase, which came through, which incorporated several more lots, and that second plat was to rezone these lots and then extend them a little further into this development. So the one conversation point with regards to that is just like what Mr. Reniker has indicated, there is a need for duplexes in our community. And you've heard from the demand with regards to saleability of the lots that we're seeing. We've heard it from other developers throughout South Point subdivision, some of the other areas where we're seeing more and more duplexes is being requested. Just to give you an idea, when I looked at the price points to see if there's like a reduction in value, actually the duplex is worth more, is priced higher than what the single-family home is, but it is, the price points are actually about $30,000 less than the single-family home, so half a duplex is valued at $30,000 less than what the single-family home is. So from a property value standpoint, I know there's some concerns about that, and we do have a realtor talking about impacts to property values. I don't see a concern with that, so.
Yeah, thank you for that. I do feel for the property owners up there, and especially given the 5 letters of opposition, or 3 letters of opposition and 2 vocal oppositions that spoke. And I do recognize too, I think it's important to note that individuals that are for it, especially the realtor, has financial interest to gain from that. So I think about individual homeowners, whether it's a duplex homeowner or a single family resident homeowner or townhome homeowner, that's their largest investment that a lot of times that they have, and it's important to them. And so I think, just as I debate the decision here, those are the things that are running through my mind is, these families have put a lot of money into their properties and being sympathetic to them. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Linedecker. Ms. Wethel?
Wally, just for clarification, I'll look down here. Is it the kind of pink hued, those are currently the R2?
Correct.
Correct? Okay, so this would be an extension basically of the R2 that has already been approved. Then it would.
Correct. The 2 lots that are up here located on Wagon Wheel, these 2 lots here would be the continuation of the R2 zone.
Right.
And then these lots located here would be rezoned to R2. So there is single family, and then we go to R2, which would be an extension of the existing R2 district going down a Rustic Point Street as opposed to the continuation on. So
And so they're contiguous with the current R2. It's not an R2 plopped in. The process has gone through already for those R2. So it's simply adding the additional lots R2 next to the R2s that exist.
Correct.
Okay. This is a really difficult spot, and I appreciate that it puts people in difficult positions. Those who have purchased properties under a understanding, and those who own properties and are looking for development to happen. One thing that I think even at the state level and nationally, local governments have been encouraged to truly look at how we restrict building of housing because of the great demand for housing in our country right now. Locally in Dubuque, we have it for sure. So I think this is the balance as a council that we have walked many times, in which we are trying to create freedom for developers to be able to have flexibility to, in this situation, when the need is something different than the original plan of what was thought to be demanded. And so I appreciate that there's 2 sides to this, but also there is a lot of push and pull from our state and federal governments to rescind restrictions where they can be rescinded to create freedom for development. I guess I'm just saying that to you, Wally. I don't need to. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Sprank, did you have anything? Then I'll get back.
No questions, just kind of echoing with Ms. Wethel there of pivoting is what I like to look at it as. If a contractor or a developer needs to pivot midway through something, they came to us, we're giving them the option, and I don't see any issues with this. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sprank. Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. I was just doing some research, and housing is a different situation in that last 10 years or 15, 20 years, where the salaries have doubled, the cost of housing has quadrupled, tripled or quadrupled. And I tell you what, there's a reason why people want these semi-detached homes or duplexes, townhomes, because they want to live and raise their family here in Dubuque, Iowa. And they want to do it on the salary. They're already both working, and they're good people looking for good housing. And right now, you can see where the demand is. Are we going to say, well, I mean, I had a single-family home at one time, and it was great. You know, that, I don't know if people can afford that luxury. Just look at how much it's $30,000 cheaper to buy a part of the, half of the semi-detached home. Well, that makes it possible for these young families. $30,000 is something. Instead of $380, it's $350 or whatever it is. It makes it pencil out. And I hope that we have a spot for these young families to come and make a home in Dubuque, Iowa. It's a beautiful place out there. They still don't know if they can make money with the situation Mr. Reniker talked about. But there's a demand for young families, I think, and folks who would love to be good neighbors to others, to come and live in Dubuque. So I'm hoping that we agree with the commission 4-1. There's a lot to think about, and I appreciate the other points of view. But I think it's a different time than it was 10 or 15 years ago, and that we really should seriously consider this situation, which will help out lots of people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else have any other thoughts or questions? Okay. I don't think I have any questions, Wally, so you can sit down if you want to, but if I think of one, I'll ask you to come back up. I think we're good. You know, there's a couple things going on here I think that are important to point out. So first of all, I think it's really important to recognize this major need that we have for this type of property in the city of Dubuque. And a lot of people have made some really good points about this, but this is one of those things that is, I think, a very important point when we talk about this. We have a developer here who is answering the demand for that, and I think that that's an important thing, that somebody is stepping up to do that, and really recognizing what is being asked by builders. Builders want to be able to build this, to be able to sell these. There's 0 lots available in the city of Dubuque, so it seems like that's a need that we definitely should be answering. We talk a lot about population increase, and we just heard Jason White from GDDC talk about the fact that we have a population in Dubuque County that is increasing. But you don't increase your population unless people have somewhere to live. And one of the challenges that we've been trying to tackle in the last few years is making sure that people have places to live. We want to welcome people into our community, people of all kinds and people from everywhere into our community. And in order to do that, we have to have affordable places for them to live. One of the things that has come up very recently in recent discussions is, okay, we put development agreements out there, we put more incentives out there, and a lot of developers showed up and started building apartment complexes, which is fine, but there was a question being asked lately of, well, don't we need to think about places that people can buy so they can have, home ownership involved in this? Well, townhomes fit that bill. They just do it in a smaller fashion many times than what a single family home would do. And I think that I hear the concerns. I absolutely hear the concerns of the neighbors who have spoken up in this case, but I also don't think there's a whole lot of strong evidence that some of the concerns that they're coming forward with are actually founded concerns. When you look at the other neighborhoods that I mentioned earlier in this conversation, what you see is a neighborhood that just has families living there, and they're living well together. And I don't think that there's a major problem caused when you take the properties that we're talking about here and turn them from R1 to R2. I think this actually is a great project that will be a good move forward. I don't think that it's too far out of keeping with the nature of the current neighborhood. So I definitely support this for the reasons I've outlined and for the reasons that we've talked about a lot in this room about what housing means to Dubuque and why we need to have the increased housing access that people can get here in the city. So I'm definitely going to vote for this. I do have a point of order question, Krenna, just for our sake. So the motion here on the table is to waive the 3 readings. Can you remind me, please, how many of us need to vote aye in order to waive the 3 readings?
6.
So 6 of us need to vote aye in order to waive the 3 readings. If we do not do that,
you would give it, someone could make a motion for first reading.
Okay, so somebody could have the option to make a motion for first reading, which would mean this shows up on another council agenda in the future, rather than just skipping the 3 readings that we need. We could go through all 3 readings, which slows the process down. I would hope we don't do that, but I mean, everybody votes the way they want to, but I would hope we don't do that, because when it comes to being able to move forward like this, I think what concerns me is the ability to be able to get things like this moving and on the market so that people can move into them. So I would hope that we can move it forward. But just as a point of order, I wanted to make sure we mentioned that too. All right, before I call the vote, Mr. Leindecker.
Yeah, one additional question. I don't know if Wally might have the answer to this or if we'll have it, but do we know how many townhomes, duplexes are on the market? I understand that there's no lots available, but individual?
I don't have those numbers currently. I'd have to look it up. So
Okay.
I do know we have a housing shortage. And as we said, the incentives that are being provided by the city council, we've definitely seen over 2,000 some units being created in various aspects of apartments, but then also some single family development. We're also going through our Unified Development Code update. So this is a big topic that's being discussed as we bring it before you. Do we even have R1 zoning anymore? And we just go to R2 zoning and allow these opportunities where this would just be permitted by right and not have to go through the rezoning process. That's a topic that will be discussed when we get to that point for the Unified Development Code. But that's a trend that's going across the nation. So,
Thank you.
Any others? All right. Well, motion here on the table is to waive the receive and file and waive the 3 readings. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker,
Nay.
Roussel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Nay.
Resnick.
Aye.
All right, so that motion fails by a vote of 5 to 2.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file and, let's see, move the first reading of the ordinance. It's on here somewhere.
Yep. I believe that is the correct motion, right, Krenna and Adrian? Yes, all right, thank you very much. We've got motion to have the first reading.
Second.
We've got a motion by Roussel and a second by Resnick. Any further discussion? All right, Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker,
Nay.
Roussel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Nay.
Resnick.
Aye.
So that motion passes 5 to 2.
Public hearing number 3 is Plan Unit Development Amendment, 555 John F. Kennedy Road.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file, and further move that the requirement that the proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Wally, please.
yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Wally Wernemont, Planning Services Director. The request before you is to amend the plan unit development for the Kennedy Mall. And we're going to amend it with regards to the development plan and the sign regulations. This aerial photo shows the present Kennedy Mall. The area outlined in the blue or the greenish line is the actual property. The PUD zoning, we do notify all property owners within 200 feet of the area to be rezoned. This is the current concept plan for Kennedy Mall. This is as you're viewing it from Wacker Drive, looking into the property. The current layout configuration of the parking, the outlots, and access points to the property. The proposed concept plan is what you see here, and I'm going to point out some elements of the plan that are being amended. There are these 4 different locations here. The first is a new loading dock for Marshalls. So Marshalls is looking at locating in one of the end tenants located in Kennedy Mall. The other one is a new canopy entrance for Marshalls, which that space was divided into 2 spaces. Home Goods is located on the one side, BAM, Books A Million is located on the one side. So there's a need for a new entrance into that side of the building. We also have a new drive-through. We have 7 Brews Coffee has submitted a site plan. It's being reviewed through the development review team, which is located on what would be the northeast corner of the property. And then the other thing here is the circle here provides a new access point off of Stoneman Road. As a result of that, the traffic circulation configuration as it flows through the park or through the Kennedy Mall parking lot, allows traffic to go and have an access point and entry point at Stoneman Road, as opposed to going all the way down to the movie theater property, making that bend and coming back into the property. This has gone through the development review team, all 4 of these access points. The engineering department is in agreement with the location of the curb cut access, and it'll help improve flow through the development. But then also when we look at a drive-through coffee shop, they are a high traffic generator with regards to that. So we did look at that location. And then the other thing with this loading dock, it creates somewhat of a barrier. So if you're at mall, you used to be able to drive around here and circumnavigate around that side of the building where the former Yonkers used to be. Now there'll be a wall here with a loading dock, so that facilitates pushing traffic more out and coming out this drive lane, so which will help with that access point being located on the property. The other thing that they're looking at amending is allowing under canopy signs. Each would be limited to 6 square feet in area. They'd be limited to 1 or a double frontage sign. Tenants that are located on the corners of property would be allowed up to 2, and must be mounted to provide at least 8 feet clearance as measured from the ground to the underside of the supporting structure. So, all those canopies, just think of a hanging sign that's hanging there. This is the exact same regulations that are allowed in the Plaza 20 development. And that's all I have, unless you have any questions. I do know there is a representative from Cafaro here, if you have any questions, or if you want to get up and speak, but.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Wally. We are in a public hearing to consider a request from Justin Somerville of Cafaro Company to amend the conceptual plan and signage regulations for Kennedy Mall Planned Unit Development on John F. Kennedy Road with PC Planned Commercial Designation. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item? Please.
My name's Justin Somerville, 5577 Youngstown Warren Road, Niles, Ohio, 4446. So I just wanted to just add on to what Wally said. There's obviously a lot more. We've gotten some additional development on the north side of the mall, the former Yonkers space. So we're really excited. We hope to keep this momentum going for the whole complex. So that's what kind of justified this secondary access point on Stoneman Road. It's definitely necessary now. We have a new medical use for Xenius. It's a kidney dialysis center. So it's a medical use that's going to be attached to the mall. Obviously, he mentioned the Marshalls, and then the 7 Brew Coffee, which is it's a drive-through only coffee tenant. So I just wanted to kind of add on to him, and if you guys have any questions or concerns, feel free to ask.
All right. Well,
Thanks.
thank you, Justin, for your comments. Anyone else this evening? Seeing no one here, anyone virtually? All right. Okay. Back to us then for any discussion. Yes, Ms. Wethel.
I think my question's for Wally. With the idea of having the medical dialysis center there, just a question regarding, can we put the map back up, maybe? Where
Talking to the mic.
what's that?
Went that way. They can't hear you.
So let me take
I'm
some of
sorry,
this stuff.
you need to hear me, right. So where the dialysis center will be, are those handicap accessible parking spots that are lined along that, where the loading, perpendicular to the loading dock, is that along the dialysis? I'm just curious about
Yeah,
like,
based
what
on
our
the
handicap
plan,
spots
there
will
are
be.
access aisle lanes for ADA accessibility for the Kidney Dialysis Center with regards there. So that's what I wish I could zoom in on here. I don't know if I can. But yeah, ADA accessibility, and then there'll be an ADA ramp in order for that transition because of the curb into the property. So that would be provided.
And where is our bus stop going to be located closest to the dialysis center?
I believe the current bus stop drops off in front of the Kennedy Mall, but it'll be interesting with this new access point if that does change how they flow through the parking. I did not check with Transportation Director Ryan Nucky with regards to that. That is a good question. I know they have some parabuses that may bring individuals in, which are the smaller mini buses for access, and I think some of those are a little bit more point source, going to where they're located. But that would be a good conversation point that I can bring up with Mr. Nucky about regards to access for that. So,
Just as a healthcare provider who has patients that would potentially use a dialysis center, some of them do need handicap accessible buses to be able to get in, and I just want to make sure that there is space for that. To be a comfortable way for buses to come to and from, and that the loading dock isn't going to obstruct that?
Yeah, so if I may speak, so this loading dock will actually act as a barrier to prevent traffic from going through here. So it does provide an opportunity because the entry, Justin, is the entry points over here, correct? So access into the new dialysis center will be out here.
That's all handicapped. It's all flush.
Go ahead in the mic if you would, please, Justin. Yeah, thank you, guys.
Just to answer this, the handicap, yeah, it's all along the front entrance. It's all flush, so there's no like little ramp. The whole thing's a ramp basically. And then any concerns with the buses? Obviously that marshals the truck docks right there. So obviously we did do turning movements for trucks, for semis, large semis, and we didn't have any issues there. And then also there's a lot of striping there, not hard curbs. So if there's any issues with buses in the future, I think we have some flexibility to restripe. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Others, yeah, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Mr. Werneman, I'm glad you mentioned traffic flow and internal traffic flow. I guess my concern has been, I mean, I really hope that the mall can grow and succeed. For me, in and out of the mall itself, especially getting in is easier than getting out. And I don't know if any suggestions have been made. I'm glad that Stoneman Road it looks like it's going to be an improvement. But coming out of Stoneman Road, I mean, with that pick up your coffee place, do you anticipate, or has that been looked over by city staff about whether or not we need some kind of way to move those cars onto JFK? And I mean, if they're going to be turning left on JFK after picking up their coffee, it's just going to be it's hard there.
Yeah.
So I mean, tell me if you would, what has been considered?
Sure. So when it goes to the development review team, engineering department looks at traffic flow through the development. So the way this Seven Brews coffee is operating, people can come up Stoneman Road, they take a left, or they could come through the mall parking lot. And this is the stacking space. It's a double stack lane. So the flow of the traffic will more or less push people to go up here and turn to the light in order to get out. I think some people do recognize when you have an uncontrolled intersection, making a left turn lane, you have to wait to go across there. Some people will go to the light. Now, Stoneman Road was reconstructed not long ago. So when they looked at, for instance, all the development that was happening there, we have Green State Bank when they went in. Then also the multi-tenant building when we looked at, which has the Pizza Hut, some of the aerobic fitnesses and the other thing with juice bars escape me right now. But all that development, we look at parking and the traffic, and actually this access point will help improve that more. But like you're saying, I totally hear you. People that are coming out here making a left turn. I go to the movies at Phoenix. I come out here. I look at it. It's like if I'm making a right-hand turn, it's great. If I'm making a left-hand turn, I'm going to go to the light. So.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm glad that you've looked at it in totality, and that had some consideration. Mm-hmm. Yeah, best of luck with this project too. So good. I'm glad that I hope this goes through. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Staver.
So I guess I'm very familiar with this corner. I travel this path going home and taking my kids to school daily. I avoided in the evening. Also, I spent a lot of time where Green State Bank is. So my big concern is the coffee shop part of this for the traffic coming back out. Most days, probably every day at some point between 4 and 5 o'clock, traffic is past that intersection. So I think most people will probably try to take this one exit prior to the stoplight, which comes out at an angle there, which now isn't hardly used at all, obviously, because there's nothing over there to get in or out of. Yeah, I'm afraid this has a potential to create the Starbucks Dunkin' Donuts scenario where, we just have gridlock and people, trying to force their way into traffic. I wonder if it was set back further into the parking lot that would at least create more space. I mean, when they come immediately out of there, they're, 2 car, 3, maybe 4 car lengths before they're at a road. And we did have that other development, like you said, with the Pizza Hut, I think it's Switch Homes.
Yes.
The Orange Therapy maybe, or whatever the aerobics thing is, you know, and they don't seem to be picking up or creating a lot of traffic. Is that immediately across from that property?
Yeah, so when the engineering department looks at the access point, we like to line up driveways across from each other to reduce that conflict. So if they are offset, that creates a situation where people come to that, you know, crossing each other's paths. So we do look at the access points. We look at trying to line them up directly across to reduce that.
So to
that
have
traffic
them
congestion.
directly like that's increases
Yeah.
traffic flow?
Be able to help with that, yeah.
Yeah.
So the other thing, just to answer your question, Mr. Stavers, so when we do look at drive-through coffees, because of the Dunkin' Donut and the Starbucks discussion, we are very cognizant of that situation. So anytime a drive-through coffee place comes in before DRT, it is vented quite a bit with regards to looking at minimizing impacts to traffic in order to traffic roads. We've had some developments that wanted to go on JFK, another Starbucks, and based on the information that was provided, it would have a negative impact. It would be back up into the JFK. When we look at this area, there's 20 stacking spaces for the 7 brews, and then they do have the opportunity to increase their stacking space through their existing private property as opposed to getting out on the right of way. So that's kind of a big discussion we have with our Unified Development Code is the stacking and queuing spaces for drive-through. Not only just drive-through coffee places, but drive-throughs in general. As we look at the time, and we call it the out-the-door time from where the kiosk is, where you order to when you get to the window when you get to leave. So engineering does look at that. So
So they have lots of stacking to order, but in order to leave, that's where the bottleneck's going to happen, right?
yeah, I mean, it just depends. There's multiple opportunities for them to leave facility. So they do look at those exit points. We did have a lot of conversation with regards to this point right here where people might be coming in and how the flow of the seven brews comes through here and the impact of how merging 2 lanes and the flow through here. So there's a lot of discussion with regards to that. And they've come to the solution with that. So
Was it considered just to shut that off or no?
I don't know if that was ever discussed to remove that. That wasn't discussed or brought up in any of the plans, and it wasn't suggested to just eliminate that access. So
That's directly across from Burger King as well, right?
yeah, let me go, if I pull up the larger aerial photo here, let me back up here. So can I zoom in on this? No, I can't. So this is where you're talking about right here. So the Burger King, it does line up right across from the exit point of the Burger King drive-through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that first light by PetSmart, you know, they said at some point every day is backed up all the way to Stoneman currently.
Any further questions or discussion?
That's,
Mr. Davis?
that's
Okay.
my concern, I guess.
All right. Anybody else? Wally, the DRT process is not yet, right? It's all over?
Yes, we've been reviewing these plans.
Okay.
So when we do a plan unit development, we just don't want to spring this on you without having a conversation.
Right.
So before we even consider an amendment, they bring their plans before us, we review them and make sure it's functional. It doesn't do us any good to have a PUD amendment for something that may not meet just basic site standards for stacking and space like that. And that's the beauty of a plan unit development. It's a very specific written ordinance, and you get a conceptual development plan, which is what you see before here. So it's that opportunity to look at potential impacts from the development and how we can look at mitigating that. So this has gone through the development review team. Marshall's has already gone through. That did not require the PUD amendment. 7 Brews is okay to go through it without requiring the PUD. What's really kicking this in is the access point on a Stoneman Road. That's what's really pushing this forward. But when we look at amending the PUD, we want to update the concept plan with the footprints of the existing buildings that are located on it. And that's why I brought those other suggestions up, because it's not only just one development, but multiple developments on here. And we've been working with the Cafaro Group with regards to actually reduce their parking requirement at the mall, upgrade their sign requirements. And then also, as we look at, once again, potential development in our community, there is some additional space located in the mall that could potentially be used for multifamily or a hotel or something with regards to that. So there is future development that could be potentially dealt on site. I think a lot of communities you go to and you see their malls, they're kind of dying. I think we got a lot of adapter uses of these properties. It was interesting. I was just talking to a new employee who came from the East Coast, and she's like, you know, they have these things called mall walkers because they almost got ran over. It's like, yep, that's Midwest for you. So everyone's getting their exercise moving around in the mall.
So is it accurate to say, Wally, that the main reason this is coming before us is because of that access point on
Yes.
Stoneman Road? That is the main thing we're really talking about here.
Correct.
And that still is, engineering is still deciding where that really needs to be based on sight lines and things like that.
It's at the point that's being showed on the concept plan.
It is. So that's
Yep.
exactly where it's going to be. And is it accurate too that nobody on the other side of the street or no other neighbors have really voiced any concerns?
No, we sent
with that
notices
access
to all those adjoining property owners, and we did not receive
Okay.
any cases.
All right.
So with the development review team that comes through, we look, so the 7 Brews has been modified a little bit with regards to, like I talk about, that access point coming off the right end, coming off of John F. Kennedy Road, those conflict points. So there's a lot of discussion about traffic flow. Once again, we don't want to create another situation like we have on Dodge Street. So.
Right. Yeah. And what I'll say is, in my time here, with this body, I've had really have a lot of trust in the development review process because we've learned some lessons from other things that have happened in the past, and now we're making improvements as we move through and do these things. And there are still mistakes here and there sometimes, but I really don't have any good examples of a mistake in traffic flow moving around, especially in an enclosed parking lot like what we're describing right here. So I have faith in the process that you and your team are going through, working with the developers to do that. So I think this is a good proposal, an exciting one. When you're living in a time when there are whole like social media channels and accounts devoted to empty malls and how creepy they look, it's pretty cool to have a mall that's actually adding new things in our community. So thank you very much, Justin, and your team for the work that you're doing. I think it's great that that's moving in that direction. So yeah, Mr. Sell.
As long as Wally's up there, Wally, could you just take a moment to tell us who the experts are on the development review team who look at all these processes?
Yeah, so the process is we receive a site plan. It comes into our office. Sheena Moon is the associate planner in the office. She facilitates the development review team. We provide that site plan. It goes out to the engineering department, the water department, the fire department, and also the engineering's looking at it from a stormwater, sanitary, the water department. But then also we send it to several other departments that may have an impact. So the health department, if there's a restaurant, they actually get access to all of those projects. Transportation department, economic development. So all those departments have the ability to attend the DRT meeting. And then the engineering department actually has about 6 individuals that attend that meeting. They're very specialized with regards to Nate Kiefer, and then also Justine Hull, who's our traffic engineer. And then we have Nate Steffen, who gets involved with right-of-way, sidewalks, access points. And then also we have a stormwater engineer. Max O'Brien's been promoted. He's been hired as the new assistant public works director, so that is a position that'll be coming open. But he also dealt with sanitary sewer. And then obviously we have members from the water department. So all those different aspects that get involved with it, in addition to the planning, all of us have very specific roles that we look at. But what the great thing about the development review team is we invite the engineer, the architect, the property owner. They're hybrid meetings. They're every Thursday at 10 o'clock. And we'll be able to sit down and you have everyone in one meeting to be able to discuss. So if there's a situation where it's like, hey, you could look at an alternative solution here that may not require a fire rating requirement for a firewall or some things. It just allows us to have everyone in one spot, have a conversation. And we've done surveys with regards to that. And all the engineers, architects, they love it. They love the fact that they can pick up the phone, be able to get anyone they want, and the development review team, and then know they have that access through that process. So,
thank you very much.
All right. Anybody else before we call the
Very
vote here?
quickly,
Mr. Resnick.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And Mr. Wernemann, there was a unanimous zoning commission recommendation. Would you say it was non-controversial?
It was non-controversial. No one spoke at the meeting. We notified everyone within 200 feet.
Right.
And it was just, I think one of the biggest discussions, which was really was just the sign requirements, understanding what 6 foot. We do allow directional signage is exempt from sign permits, but the canopy signs would not be classified as a directional sign. So,
many times my questions are just to elicit responses from you, so our residents know everything that goes into these, and then it's not only does our team do all that work, but then it brings it before a citizen committee, a zoning commission, right? And then they look at it And they respond and have suggestions sometimes and have input. And then it goes back to you, and then it finally comes here.
Correct.
Is that the process?
That is the process. So based on the state of Iowa, we take it through our zoning advisory commission. There's a public hearing that's held there. So we go through a similar process that's going on right now. And then through that public hearing, they make a motion, they make a recommendation, and then that comes to your city council, and you go through another public hearing process. So there's 2 opportunities for a public hearing. We do notify the adjoining property owners to be able to have discussions with regards to everything. So it's a very public and transparent process that's afforded to us through the process. So if we do receive feedback, we do talk to individuals and have conversations. The notices that we provide do provide an opportunity to reach out to city staff. As you guys know, with regards to this is a quasi-judicial, I guess you should probably explain that a little bit. Plan unit developments are considered quasi-judicial rezonings where you can't speak to your constituents. But if it was a traditional rezoning, say if it was a straight-up zoning from C3, like the one we had before, where we had commercial service to R1, you could speak to the public. But for a plan unit development, it's quasi-judicial. So there's all these different processes and procedures that we have to follow, afforded to us by the state of Iowa and state code. But we do follow those, and I would consider it was non-controversial. So,
Thank you for that information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Londecker.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Warman, on the my question is curious about contingency plans and what you guys discussed internally in terms of if this traffic flow doesn't work, what types of things could you do to amend it to help in pretty short order? Maybe it's not.
yeah, we do have codes that basically, the impact typically is the flow under the public street. So there was a lot of modifications when you think of what happened with the Starbucks on Highway 20. There was some improvements that were required that we followed through in order to remove the stacking and the blocking of Highway 20. They acquired some additional property. They put a double turn lane in. So those are things that I do recognize, and they're in violation of code, that we can come back to them and try to resolve that issue that gets brought up.
So nothing immediate though, because what I was looking at is that when you first exit the 7 Brews, your easiest exit is, it's not unnamed, but it's on to JFK. And that's a right turn only, right? Is that correct?
That's a good question. I have to. Is Justine Hull here? Justine Hull, the traffic engineer, is actually here. And Justin, you might be able to explain that too. So they're asking about this access point here, if it's just right in, right out only.
Hi, Mayor, City Council, Justine Hull, Engineering Department, Traffic Engineer. Yes, so capacity and ingress and egress from JFK and from Stoneman were considered. We had the same concerns as you did for, especially with 2 lanes of that 7 Brew coming down, well, in this picture it's coming down, but going east. And then you would think that they would want to, the people on the left-hand side would want to turn left to get out of there. It is a right in, right out at that moment when you get off of JFK. So they would only have the opportunity to turn right to go south on JFK from that point. We have other reconfigurations of when people turn right into the parking lot at the stop bars for the, can I see the mouse on here? At the stop bars for these people in the drive-through. So there is, you see a little bit of a reconfiguration there where they should be able to turn right as well. So getting back into the parking lot to funnel them back to that new Stoneman Road access. So because we didn't want to have those conflicts where, we're having 2 lanes turn left, which is atrocious, we have them have the opportunity to turn right from the right turn lane. I know that was more than what your question was, Tyson, but
No, it's great. Yeah.
Is there anything else while I'm up here too?
So if the people, let's assume people in the right-hand lane go right and
Yep.
go back up to Stoneman Road
Yep.
because they want to go left or right, but more so left. I mean, from what I heard from earlier in our discussion was that left turn is challenging at certain times of the day because there's not a light there. What would be, just from my knowledge, if you were trying to de-incentivize people to go that way to do that because there's lights, they could go further, they go straight and go to lights, multiple, or
Yep.
one light. What would be the process to do that, to make it so they couldn't turn left there?
That would probably require a little bit more median follow through with, sticking those people in their lanes. We can do that temporarily with pavement markings, and I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have some updated pavement markings, like I said, from this right hand turn reconfiguration. So, they can turn right to go back into the parking lot, or they can continue to go straight to go to that light, since they are in that right-hand lane and they wouldn't be able to turn left. But if we needed to provide any sort of other mitigation, that is something we'd have to work with the developer. But also what Wally was speaking about earlier is, that code enforcement that we would have as well. If we are seeing serious issues there, then, we have some code to back us up, but then having that conversation with the developer to see if there's any, the developer or the property owner, to see if there's any other options that we can put there for mitigation if we are seeing serious issues. But we try to make sure that we're covering all of those bases during DRT.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we have a drive-through right next door to that. And what I see commonly is that people would go out where they would be going straight from and straight out
Yep.
from the 2 lanes of the 7 Brew.
Yep.
And then they would just take a left to the light.
Correct.
I mean, that's what people do now in the drive-through
Because
that's
they
right
don't want to
next
deal with
door.
right. They don't want to deal with the right turn onto JFK, because they might get backed up because of all the traffic coming south on JFK. So they'll go to the light where they know they'll
Yeah.
get the green. Yeah.
I mean, I guess when I look at this, I just think they'll do exactly what the drive-through people do right next door, which is
It's going to take
just
them
go to the
for
light.
sure. It's going to take them some time to
Sure.
get used to everything, but I agree with you. I don't see too much of a issue with the way that we've seen it with the capacity concerns that we've voiced to the developer and the property owner. And all we can do then, once we solidify all of those things, is watch it and make sure that it's acting correctly. And if there is any mitigation, then we can use our code and future conversations to make sure that it is signed properly, pavement markings, or if there's something more serious like concrete medians, then we are having that discussion as well.
And if I recall specifically on the Dunkin' Starbucks discussion that has been brought up, that was more an issue of people waiting in line to access. It wasn't an issue of people leaving.
Correct.
And so there's plenty of room, it would appear, for people actually to be lined up to access the 7 Brew. So we're dealing with a whole different situation here that I don't see that the backup we experienced there would be the same problem at all here based on the alignment of the waiting area.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
I guess I would have a
Staver, yeah.
question about the, so is this the only loading dock on the mall currently?
You want to answer that question, Justin? Mr. Sager's wondering if that's the only loading dock on the, there's multiple loading docks over the place.
Yeah, just on the north side, yeah, it's the only loading dock.
And is that just to serve marshals only, or
Yes, just Marshall.
do they have a pretty significant semi-flow, or do you?
There's going to be 2 doors.
You want to come up to the?
I was trying to speak loud.
Yeah.
There's going to be 2 doors, so 2 semi-trucks will be stacked there.
Okay, what's their typical schedule for delivery, like 6 trucks a day, 2 trucks a day?
Not during peak traffic.
Right.
And I did want to mention, no one's really talked about peak traffic, especially when we're talking about a coffee place whose their peak traffic's going to be more in the morning. I would say malls are not busy in the morning, so I don't think the peak traffic flows are going to compete with one another. I can understand that the traffic flows to exit the mall are not ideal, but I will say it does move a lot of traffic. So I just wanted to add those things.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. You know, when I'm talking about it being, essentially a parking lot in that area is, 4 or 5 o'clock. And yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense that you know, people typically aren't getting coffee at 4 and 5 o'clock.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm sure that's been the major concern for this project. Okay, that's all.
All right, I think we've had a very full discussion on this one. I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. So we have a motion here to receive and file and waive the 3 readings. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Nay.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-1.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Nay.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-1.
Public hearing number 4 is resolution approving the amended and restated urban renewal plan for the Greater Downtown Urban Renewal Area, version 2026.1.
Need a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Economic Development Director Jill Connors is recommending City Council approve a resolution adopting an amended and restated urban renewal plan version 2026.1 for the Greater Downtown Urban Renewal Area. The proposed amended and restated urban renewal plan would expand the district to include the Old Mercy sub-area. The sub-area is being created to include the parcel located at 440 West 3rd Street. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We are in a public hearing to consider the resolution that was just described in the city manager's memo. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually?
No.
Thank
No
you.
input.
Thank you. All right, back to us then for any discussion. I'm seeing and hearing none. In that case, the motion here is to receive and file, adopt this resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 5 is resolution approving a collateral assignment of development agreement by and between the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and Hitzler Rental LLC to Bellevue State Bank.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
A motion by Sprank, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Economic Development Director Jill Connors is recommending City Council adopt the attached resolution approving the collateral assignment of development agreement by and between the City of Dubuque and Hitzler Rental LLC, signing the rights to Bellevue State Bank for the redevelopment of 2541 Central Avenue. On October 20th, 2025, the Dubuque City Council entered into a development agreement with Hitzler Rental LLC. The development agreement included a downtown housing creation grant of $50,000, which is $10,000 for each of 5 new units, a downtown rehabilitation grant of $35,000, and a 15-year tax increment financing award estimated to not exceed $40,000. There is no impact to the budget, as these incremental property tax rebates have already been authorized and incorporated into the terms of the development agreement. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider City Council adopt the attached resolution approving the collateral assignment of development agreement as outlined in the city manager's memo. Do we have any public input on this item? Seeing none here. Anyone virtually? No. Thank you.
No input.
Thank you both. All right, back to us then for discussion. I have a question, actually, Mike, right off the bat, and maybe Trina too. I don't remember doing this before with a development agreement, and maybe you just need to jog my memory, but the collateral assignment of a development agreement like this, is this something that we've done very often? And I saw Jill stand up too, so maybe Jill might know as well. Any 3 of you,
Yes.
whoever wants to duke it out first here. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, we have done this before. I think Jill would
Yeah.
second that, but essentially it's allowing the developer to monetize the rebates that we negotiated with them so that they can get the funds up front, and then the TIF payments, rebates are assigned to their lender generally.
Got it. Yeah. So Go ahead, Jill.
Correct. Jill Connors, Economic Development Director. What this does is allow the developer to have the cash up front. It gives a comfort level to the lender that they're going to be able to complete the project, and the lender feels more comfortable than financing the project.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Other questions or discussion? I'm seeing and hearing none. All right, thank you, Jill. Appreciate it. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Daver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 6 is Levi and Sullivan Storm Sewer Extension Project public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Got a motion by Wethel, second by Resnick. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Sahoyas is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contract, and estimated cost of $122,523 for the Levy and Sullivan Storm Sewer Expansion Project through the adoption of the attached resolution. This project includes extending 440 feet of storm sewer along Sullivan Street and installing 1,080 feet of drain tile along Sullivan Street and Levy Street to resolve ongoing sump pump drainage issues in the area. Currently, sump pumps discharge directly into the roadway near the intersection of Sullivan and Levy Streets, creating persistent icing and algae problems for nearby residents. This location has become a recurring winter maintenance concern for the Public Works Department. The planned storm sewer extension will also improve the collection of surface water flowing down Sullivan Street, enhancing overall drainage and safety. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're on a public hearing to consider City Council approve the plan specification, form of contract, and estimated cost for the Levi and Sullivan Storm Sewer Extension Project. Do we have anyone here from the public to address us on this item? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually?
No input.
All right, thank you both. Back to us then for discussion. And Mike, I have a question right off the bat. Do we allow sump pumps to discharge directly into the street? Is that something that is allowed in the city?
I think we've got the city engineer here, Gus Sahoyas,
Come on
who
up,
could address
Gus.
that.
Good evening, Gus Sahoyas, City Engineer. Yeah, we allow sump pumps to be discharged to the street. Obviously, it's not the first choice. A lot of times we work with the property owners and try to get them to discharge in their yard, but a lot of times it just recirculates, basically goes in the ground and it circulates, and then in the winter it ices over and then it goes down in the sidewalk area, causing a big problem and concerns with sidewalk. Over the years, we've done 1 or 2 of these projects every year. At one time, we had well over 30 projects similar to this that Public Works had issues in the winter, and we try to, get 1 or 2 done a year. So this is pretty common that we do that. And then if there was storm sewer available and it was causing a public nuisance, we would require the property owner to connect to the storm sewer. In this case, there's no storm sewer close to it, so we're extending storm sewer and drain tile, so they have the option to go in there. They will be permitted, and they will be required to tie into the storm sewer system.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Gus. Appreciate that. Other questions or discussion? Mr. Resnick.
So, Mr. Sahoyas, this is based, again, on the mayor's question. I know we went through an extensive I&I of folks who their sump pump was going directly into a storm sewer instead of the sanitary sewer, and we had people fix this. So this is actually what's happening then when they drain it into the street. It's the same thing, right? Where their basement water is coming out and then going down the storm sewer, right?
The storm sewer, yes. So a lot of times, many years ago, we had a pretty intensive I&I program where we went to the West End where there was a lot of I&I, and we found like 550 people that were tied into the sanitary sewer system illegally, and they'd basically take their sump pump and tie it right maybe into the wash drain or into the floor system. It went right to the sanitary. So we required all those people to go outside, and thus it caused icing problems in some cases when they had a high groundwater table and they'd be circulating water all winter long.
So the illegal connection was,
Yeah, and,
was the issue.
Yeah, and it's, a lot of times after we left, we didn't know, but some of the people just tied it back in because they didn't want to have the icing problem in their yard and the sidewalk, so they tie it in. Then we go back after them and then fine them, and so it was a continuing problem for us. So by extending the storm sewer, we give them an avenue to tie into the storm sewer and not into our sanitary sewer system.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Mr. Leindecker.
Yeah, my question might be for Ms. Larson on this, but from a budgetary standpoint, for costs of this nature, was this an item that was budgeted, or how, if not, do we have contingency in the budget on an annual basis for items like this of this nature when it comes up?
Yeah, this one was actually budgeted.
Okay.
So a lot of times, the larger ones we budget, and then some of the times we work with Public Works, and between Public Works and engineering, we'll come up with a solution where we can do it in-house and eliminate an icing problem. So we've done that in many cases in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Other questions, discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon-Decker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Next is public input. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting may address the city council on the action items on the agenda or on matters under the control of the city council. For all in-person attendees, please approach the podium and state your name and address when the mayor asks if there is any public input. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Individual remarks are limited to 5 minutes, and the overall public input period is limited to 30 minutes. Under the Iowa Open Meetings Law, the City Council can take no formal action on comments given during public input or that do not relate to the action items on the agenda.
All right, so we have public input.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and council members Lyon-Decker, Roussel, Wethel, Sprank, Staver, and Resnick. My name is Colleen McKenna, and I reside at 1360 Mount Pleasant Street here in Dubuque. I'm here tonight as a resident, as a small business owner of Lock 11 Marketing Consulting, and on behalf of Dubuque Nature Everywhere. I am speaking today in strong support of the approval and adoption of the Parks Master Plan, which is the first action item on the agenda. First, I want to commend city leadership and the Parks Department for investing in this process. While our Parks team already does a fantastic job, creating this first ever comprehensive master plan is a massive step towards helping them operate with even more efficiency and effectiveness. I was incredibly impressed specifically with the parks inventory and assessment mapping. Through my work at Cartograph, a software company founded right here in Dubuque, I became a subject matter expert in infrastructure asset management and what it takes to build a high-performance government. I learned firsthand that to be truly sustainable and resilient as a city, you need to know the location, cost, and condition of all your assets. Otherwise, you're pretty much guessing. And I know gathering that baseline data took a huge amount of time, but the team knocked it out of the park, pun intended. And now the city has a clear roadmap to make data-driven decisions about what needs fixing and when. I know the implementation will be a heavy lift requiring real money and resources, but now you have rock-solid data that you need to guide those investments over the next decade. What's wonderful about this master plan isn't that it's just for the city. It's a critical resource for community partners. For groups like Dubuque Nature Everywhere, this data shows us exactly where we can help. It allows nonprofits, associations, developers, and businesses to align our resources, fill the gaps, and work with the city towards shared goals, rather than duplicating efforts. And those shared goals are urgent. As outlined in Dubuque Nature Everywhere's vision and implementation plan that we shared, I believe, in November of last year, investing in parks directly supports public health. Right now, we face a national youth brain health crisis with 1 in 6 children under 6 experiencing significant emotional or social difficulties. Time in nature is proven to reduce stress, build resilience, and improve focus, especially for our youngest residents. But this is also an issue of access and belonging. In Dubuque, 1 in 9 children under 6 lives in poverty, And in our downtown and north end, up to a third of households don't have a vehicle. For these families, premier destinations like the Mines of Spain or the Arboretum are simply out of reach. They rely completely on their neighborhood parks. Yet, as the inventory revealed, many of these local parks are struggling with rusted equipment and a lack of ADA accessibility. Adopting the master plan is the first step in changing that reality. The plan envisions creating vibrant community spaces that improve the lives of all residents. And at Dubuque Nature Everywhere, we share that exact vision to build a happier, healthier, and more hopeful Dubuque. I respectfully urge you to vote yes tonight to approve and adopt this plan. And thank you for your time, your service, your vision, and your leadership.
Thank you, Colleen, for your comments.
You're welcome.
Hi there, my name is John Schroeder, 889 Cottage Place. So I'm here to also talk about the Parks Master Plan. I'm a forester by trade, profession, and dedication. And so I'm not necessarily dissing everything that was just brought up about the park side of it, but just urging a little bit more thought and in-depth look, even at a master plan level, to the forestry and the natural resources section of the Parks Master Plan. We've got a forestry crew here on staff in the city, and I did not see what I thought would be an appropriate level of guidance for that forestry staff, particularly, as climate change gets more and more real and heat waves get more and more intense here in Iowa, having a detailed urban forest management plan, or just mentioning that we need one in the Parks Master Plan is going to be really important. With that goes a urban forest inventory of each individual tree that the city owns and takes care of, and just identifying areas that we need replacement, areas that we need to actually go out and invest in the future. This is a long-term plan. A tree takes 20 years to get of any decent size, so this is something that's going to take a little while. The other thing that I would like to, bring up and try to really get on your radar is that this is going to require staffing. I know it's a big, scary thing in this budget climate, asking for money, but I have a distinct know-how of how much money and time and energy and muscle it takes to restore a lot of these parks, like FDR Park and Eagle Point Park, too. They're true ecological condition, and so that is a very real consideration that should be on everyone's radar. Personally, too, having read the city forester's job description and thought about applying for it once upon a time, the fact that you all have them plowing streets rather than doing forestry work during the winter, I'm going to be honest, is a waste of their know-how, their expertise, and their time, and you're frankly overpaying them for snow plowing duty when you could be paying them to do actual forest work that they have trained for their entire lives. And then finally, this is more of a critique of the consulting crew. The $12,000 per acre amount of money for 3-year restoration cost, I'm just curious where they came up with that money, or that number from, because from my own personal experience, that is way too high, and I over budget for restoration projects as well. So those are just a couple of my critiques. I know one thing really well, and that's trees. All the other park stuff, the actual parks that kids get to enjoy and play in, looks great, but this is the one thing that I know. So thank you.
Thank you, John, for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Tim Moodhart, and I live at 3650 Seville Drive in Dubuque. I'm a member of the Building Bridges Dubuque group. It's a grassroots organization which originally was a collaborative effort of the Tri-State Women Religious Congregations of the BVMs, Franciscans, Presentations, and Cincinnati Dominicans. It was in response to the 2008 ICE raid in nearby Postville, Iowa. Our group was reactivated recently with renewed mission, as we've stated, to connect the community to act, support, and advocate with immigrants and migrants. when, as you all know, immigrants have been a vital part of the economic health and social character of our city. They bring unique perspectives, diverse cultural practices, and valuable skills to help our area thrive. However, the constitutional rights of migrants is under threat and has forced many of our friends and neighbors into hiding. I'm here tonight to call your attention to the myriad of bills introduced in this Iowa State Legislature that impact the welfare of the local immigrants and migrants. I've prepared a list of these bills showing, as a registered lobbyist, how Building Bridges Dubuque has declared either for or against each one of them. And I have a copy of these bills here for each of you. I would ask and encourage the city of Dubuque to register with the state legislature on one or more of these bills. For example, State File 2097, which is on the list, which forces state and local law enforcement to fully cooperate with ICE to the point of forcing city police to act on behalf of ICE agents. I also ask that the city, as a member of the Metropolitan Coalition and the Iowa League of Cities, to encourage both of these organizations to stand up for the rights and just treatment of immigrants in our state. Finally, on a positive note, we at Building Bridges express an appreciation for the support for immigrant rights that has been shown by the City of Dubuque Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, for your comments.
Thank you for providing time to hear public comments. My name is Rochelle Friedman. I live at 1006 Boyer Street in Dubuque. I am a sister of the presentation and a member of Building Bridges Dubuque. My religious community came to Dubuque 150 years ago with the mission to teach immigrant children. Our commitment to immigrants continues. We founded the Lantern Center 23 years ago with the support of many in the Dubuque community. I want to identify with Tim's remarks. I believe that immigration is a moral matter that calls for respecting the dignity of immigrants and demands that we not stand by silently as our immigrant neighbors are denied their civil rights and are subject to executive orders that are resulting in widespread fear. Many bills have been introduced in the Iowa legislature that would further add to fear and create barriers for immigrants, and tie the hands of cities who would be subject to state laws. Thank you for reviewing the list of bills that have been provided, and consider registering pro-immigrant positions on some of the bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle, for your comments.
So you can see me.
Yeah.
I'm Sister Kathleen Grace. I live in 3390 Windsor Avenue, and I'm a sister of St. Francis. And I stand with Tim and Sister Rochelle saying that we have many residents in Iowa, many residents in Dubuque, and it is our responsibility to support them and to do all we can to enhance their dignity and safety. And so I ask you too to work with the legislature to bring bills that will support them, and also to oppose bills that make it more difficult for us citizens to carry on our responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen, for your comments.
Hello, that's all the higher that goes. Okay. My name is Jared McGovern, 12451 Oak Brook Place, Dubuque, Iowa. And I'm here also to ask that you adopt the Parks Master Plan. And also just to say thank you. right? I've seen the Dubuque Parks and Recreation team have done some amazing things over the last 20 plus years that I've been privileged to work in this community in the environmental education and interpretation space. More recently, a lot of the work that's been happening around the Bee Branch Creek corridor, Comiskey Park, and that phase 1 and now phase 2 development. Rustic Ridge, that's going to be coming, focusing on nature-based play and exploration. The Sustainability Department prioritizing native species. The forestry team, the Branching Out Dubuque program. There have been so many wonderful things happening in this community in our Parks and Recreation Department. I just wanted to start by first saying thank you to council and thank you to the Parks and Recreation team. I know there's a lot of them that are in the room today. We are blessed to have a world-class Parks and Recreation team, a world-class former Director of Parks and Recreation, and a world-class new Director of Parks and Recreation. So first off, thank you. I also wanted to thank the City of Dubuque, especially through this process. This was probably one of the most inclusive public input processes that I think I have ever seen the City of Dubuque do in building out this particular comprehensive master plan. Seeing the park staff and the Wreck and Roll trailer at events across the community. The online portal was fantastic. I especially appreciated the ability for residents to comment specifically on individual parks that they would like to see improvements. And in that Parks Master Plan, it's also very encouraging that it does recognize the need for additional staff. As we increase access, as we increase the state and the quality of our parks, we do need to also then invest in the greatest asset that any community has, any organization has, people. And so as we implement this Parks Master Plan over the next 50 plus years, I ask that we gradually focus on investing in human beings that are going to carry forth that torch. Now, within the master plan, I do also want to reference some of my favorite pieces of that plan, many of them focusing on increased environmental programming, increased access to high-quality green space, as well as transitioning turf areas to native grasslands and wildlife habitat. So thank you again to the Parks team. Thank you again to City Council, to City staff. And please, in adoption of this master plan, I do recognize, and I know many of my colleagues recognize as well, that this is a living document. This is not the final end-all of what will become. And I very much look forward to more opportunities to engage with city staff and with elected leadership as pieces of this plan are implemented into the future. So thank you all very much. And can I refer to you all as your excellencies? I learned this morning that in Massachusetts, elected leaders are called excellencies instead of like your honorable. So thank you, your excellencies.
Thank you, Jared, for your comments. Anyone else for public input this evening? Do we have anybody virtually? Okay.
No input.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for your input this evening. We appreciate it. All right, we can move on to action items, please.
Action item number 1 is request for approval and adoption of the Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Master Plan.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move to receive and file, approve, and view the presentation.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Russell, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. And Jared would be pleased to know that City Hall here in Dubuque was modeled after Faneuil Hall in Boston. So I think he's right on target there. Parks and Recreation Director Matthew Kalsovich is recommending City Council approval and adoption of the Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Master Plan for use in the future planning and direction of the Parks and Recreation Department for the City of Dubuque. This is the long-anticipated final step in the process and a major achievement in shaping the next decade or more of parks and recreation services in Dubuque. As the first ever Park and Recreation Comprehensive Master Plan, this will serve as the guiding force to improvements and additions for the next decade and beyond. A key component of the total assessment was the engagement with the community. Over a span of almost 6 months during the middle of 2025, an additional month at the end of 2025 into the early part of 2026, residents were engaged about concern areas, additional amenities, and what services may be missing as part of a complete park and recreation experience in Dubuque. Staff were also highly engaged in the process, which included the creation of a vision, mission, and guiding principles to provide consistent focus to the development and future implementation of the plan. On December 8, 2025, the City Council was provided with a work session to share an update and status of the development of the plan. This was followed by a month of public feedback to allow residents to comment on any specific part of the provided draft plan. The draft plan was presented to the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Commission and the Sustainability Commission, who both offered their support of moving the plan forward. A presentation was also provided to the Long Range Planning Advisory Commission, who are part of ensuring alignment with the city's overall master plan. They provided an official letter from the commission with their support. It was finally shared with the Parks and Recreation Commission, who provided their support for moving the final draft forward to City Council for potential approval and adoption. An immediate request related to the response of residents is to proceed with a study of the existing aquatic facilities. This will be possible through an existing allocation of $50,000 that was originally set aside for the potential addition of work during the main process. However, with that funding not being needed to accomplish the primary goals of the plan, this funding could be applied to assessing and identify the scope and cost of work needed to restore, improve, expand the existing facilities, or construct something new. I concur with the recommendation to adopt the Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Master Plan and to allocate $50,000 towards a study of the existing aquatic facilities, and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval. And Matt Kalsovich has a presentation to make.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Matt Kalsovich, Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you for this opportunity to officially share the final information with you related to the Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Master Plan for the City of Dubuque Parks and Recreation Department. When we last spoke with you at the council work session back on December 8th, 2025, we provided similar information that you will see tonight. However, this presentation will include refinements and improvements for from additional staff review and the public feedback period that immediately followed that work. This plan represents an incredible amount of work, not just by Parks and Recreation, but through city leadership and numerous other city staff. I have been impressed with the professionalism and commitment of our consulting partner, Kimley Horn, and they are once again here to share the findings and highlight their process for how we landed at the place we have. There has been an impressive amount of public engagement, combined with a wealth of expertise, which has produced a document that can serve as a roadmap for an amazing future for Parks and Recreation in Dubuque. I want to take this opportunity to thank City Manager Mike Van Milligan for his commitment and support, not just to this project, but for Parks and Recreation in general. He has put tremendous value on our services as part of the high-level quality of life here in Dubuque. I want to thank the Mayor and City Council for your support of this undertaking and what it means to our efforts to know the value you have put on our services. I would like to thank the Parks and Recreation Commission members for their guidance and belief in the power of this process. I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to thank now retired Parks and Recreation Director Marie Ware for her vision to bring this concept forward and to champion the power of this work to serve the community. I would like to thank the Parks and Recreation staff, and specifically Parks Manager Steve Faisal and Recreation Manager Dan Kroger, for their foresight about this being such an important step in our department, and their commitment to this work. And finally, to the community. The enthusiasm and openness people have shared with us is a powerful message of the importance that our spaces and service play in their everyday lives. This plan is only the start of the process. It will offer direction and guidance to our Parks and Recreation team to bring new projects and programs to the City Council that align with the plan and community feedback. The plan will serve as something to energize our staff in years to come as we implement the ideas and execute the actions called out in this plan. I will be back up toward the end of the presentation to share information about potential actions out of the plan. I do want to point out the additional information that was added to this item earlier today regarding FDR Park. It was an unanticipated omission that has been rectified and ensures the full representation of all facilities in the final version of the plan. At this time, I would like to introduce Marissa Pellegrini and the team from Kimley Horn to walk through what has taken place and detail how we have arrived here today. Marissa?
Thank you. So we'll talk a little bit about the goals of the plan. So what was set out with tremendous foresight was to create a vision, create a compelling and comprehensive vision and direction for Parks and Recreation. That includes identifying community needs, understanding the quality of life, and really understanding if there's any gaps in the Parks and Rec system. It includes addressing natural resources and land use planning and community needs and desires. It also includes ensuring access for all in terms of parks amenities and facilities, as well as program opportunities. And it doesn't really stop at the capital improvements, right? We're looking at total cost of ownership. So complete cost of ownership, including capital improvements, but also keeping in mind the maintenance and operations aspects of this. So City of Dubuque and its partners have had tremendous effort in terms of planning, and it's been great to be able to use this as kind of a springboard for this plan. And so we can ensure that there's been alignment with some key planning documents and key partners in this project. And so you can see the plans from the last about 10 years or so that we've been using as kind of a baseline for our plan and have really ensured some great alignment with some of the goals of these plans. Project timeline, so we've been at this about a year. We had our project kickoff in January of 2025. Our outreach window opened in March and ended in September of 2025. And like City Mayor mentioned, in December and January, we had a secondary public outreach window where folks could review the draft and provide comments there. We had our council work session back in December. And of course, we're here today to request approval and adoption of the plan. So what we do, so Parks and Recreation encompasses so many things. It's such a broad umbrella. And so really understanding some of the elements in which the plan focused on was important. I think it's important to also note what it didn't focus on. And so that component of Civic Center, so looking at Grand River Center, Five Flags, Imon Arena, those were considered in the overall understanding and recommendations. However, we didn't study those in specifics. So talking about the mission, vision, and guiding principles of the plan, you can see a culmination of what we heard from the community, what we heard from staff. It's all kind of part of this mission statement and vision. So the vision is to create and maintain vibrant community spaces and memorable experiences that improve the lives of all residents through opportunities and connection. The guiding principles include community belonging, connection, excellence in care and maintenance, lifelong enjoyment and discovery, and community engagement and ownership, as well as viability and innovation, active stewardship, and pride in place. Talk about the community needs. This project included a robust community outreach plan. It had a hybrid approach, meaning in-person and virtual opportunities to get input, and it was very successful. We were able to achieve over 35,000 total inputs, and that was via stakeholder and user group meetings, pop-up events, workshops, staff participation, and then we had as someone mentioned earlier, an interactive project website specific here where you could take the survey, provide input on an interactive map, prioritize park improvements or park amenities that they'd most like to see, as well as share their big idea. And then we also did a statistically valid survey in which surveys were mailed or were provided at random to residents throughout the city. Some of the project events that were included, we tried to make sure that we were hitting events that were not only well attended by park users, but also non-park users, right? And trying to make sure that we're understanding and getting input from folks who maybe aren't in the parks regularly. So those included the farmers market, the Mother's Day pancake breakfast at Eagle Point. We did a project-specific event, which was Kite Tails in May, followed by a Juneteenth celebration, a 4th of July event, National Night Out. We did a couple of pop-ups at the pool during busy summer seasons, as well as our 3 workshops that we provided. From a social media perspective, we were able to partner with City Communications, who did a wonderful job getting the word out about the project. They were constantly running social media posts via city accounts, which was great, and it really promoted the project and got thousands of engagements and thousands of people who knew about the project. And it was very refreshing because while we were at the pop-up events, so many folks would come up to us and say, oh, I knew about this project because I saw something about this project, or I hadn't participated yet, but I knew that this project was happening. And so it was really great to be able to see kind of city staff all working together to really be able to tackle letting people know about this project and letting people have opportunities to provide input. As was mentioned before, we did do a second outreach in which we posted the draft and allowed for comments. During the month that it was up, we had just near 1,300 inputs. And so what we heard was a lot of similar comments, but strong emphasis on an additional sheet of ice at Imon Arena to accommodate additional expanded programming for hockey and ice skating. And also some comments about dog parks and how the need for dedicated dog park areas or off-leash areas is necessary throughout the city. Finally, enhanced trail and environmental signage throughout was a common theme of the input that we heard. An interesting fact is one of the questions on the survey we asked was this your first time engaging with the project, or had you been a part of the project in the last year? And 66% of folks said this was their first time engaging with the project. So not only have we been able to reach over 35,000 people, but now we're looking at 66% of these people are just learning about it as reviewing the draft and providing comment back in December, January timeframe. So looking at the overall community needs, things that rose to the top, things that were a high priority in terms of amenities and facilities, we kind of put it into two different buckets. One is the statistically valid survey, what we heard there. The other was from the website and intercept surveys, meaning the pop-up events. And so you can see with the colors aligning, the tremendous alignment between what we heard on the Stat Valid survey and what we heard on the website and the pop-up events. And so on the Stat Valid, we're looking at the top 5 priorities being aquatics and pool facilities, multi-use paths and trails, walking and running track, and natural areas and wildlife habitat, as well as indoor fitness and exercise facilities. And then on the website intercept survey, the top 5 were aquatic pool facilities, multi-use paths and trails, splash pads, recreation community center, and off-leash dog parks. So again, tremendous alignment in terms of what the community is saying they need in terms of facilities and amenities. In terms of programming needs or what activities can be done in the parks, again, looking at the different buckets, there is some significant alignment. I think one thing that holds true here is the fact that these classes or these programs need a dedicated indoor space to be able to hold them. So I think while we're looking at some of these categories and some of these things that rose to the top, identifying a venue for these is going to be an important part of this plan. So for statistically valid survey, hobby interest classes, fitness and wellness classes, art programs, free and low-cost special events, and outdoor fitness programs were the top 5. And on the website and pop-up events, free low-cost special events, nature and environmental education, learn to swim programming, youth sports, and art programs were in the top 5. So the remainder of the presentation will be structured similar to the plan in terms of parks, rec, trails, and open space and natural resources. So looking at parks, what we heard was that Dubuque really values parks and recreation. I think it's evident in the community engagement that we received is that, this is a park city, and that's great. 71% of residents believe parks are age-friendly and accessible to all age groups. 91% of residents believe that Parks and Rec provides access to green spaces and to nature. 35% of residents report not participating in Parks and Rec provided programs and activities simply because they don't know what's offered. So that's something that we'll need to work on, is getting the word out about the offerings and the tremendous amenities related to Parks and Recreation that exist in the city. We took a couple of stats and looked at it against benchmarks of national averages. And so looking at, how many members of your household participated in recreation programs that were offered in the past year. Dubuque is above the national average, 37% to 36%. Have you or any members of your household visited any parks and recreation facilities or amenities during the past year? Dubuque is at 89% versus the national average of 81%. So these facilities are being used, and they're being well utilized by the public. We also looked at we asked the question of what improvements are supported here. And I think we got a whopping amount of support for some of these things. We're able to do, lucky to do these system-wide plans all over the country, and this is the highest amount of support that I've seen for infrastructure improvements, and really people understanding that their existing system is great but is in need of improvement. And so looking at improving existing parks and infrastructure, 97% were supportive of that. Improving existing large community parks, 96% of respondents were supportive. And improving existing swimming pools, 94% were supportive. And you can see here, all of these are very well supported. In terms of staffing for Parks and Rec, the city's park assets have grown and evolved. We've added park acres over the last 10 to 15 years, and it's been at a pace faster than the city has hired full-time employees. And so additional FTEs are needed to maintain these spaces. Adding staffing and resources for the adequate maintenance of parks will be a really critical part of the system moving forward. So some of the major recommendations related to parks include reclassifying Eagle Point Park to a regional park, focus investment on planning and providing further amenities at regional parks and community parks, creating a site-specific master plan for Eagle Point Park so that you know what the next steps will be, creating a dedicated Friends of group to assist in advocacy, volunteering, coordination, and fundraising, and that's for the park system as a whole. Creating and maintaining a parks infrastructure asset replacement plan, and identifying and converting underutilized turf areas to native landscape areas to improve ecology. So now we'll talk a little bit about recreation. 84% of respondents rated the overall quality of programs in City of Dubuque as good or excellent. 94% of residents support improving the existing swimming pools. And when we look at some of the highest priority needs in terms of facilities, walking, running track, recreation center, and exercise facilities and fitness facilities rose to the top. And on the program side, the three with the highest percentage of priority needs were hobby interest classes, free and low-cost community special events, and fitness and wellness classes. Similarly, staffing is needed in recreation. We're recommending that we increase recreation program staff to be able to increase the capacity of programs that are offered and the diversity of those programs, and for all ages, for special events, and like I mentioned earlier, being able to really identify specific venues for those activities to take place. And also to address the need for folks just not knowing what's offered by Parks and Recreation. The recommendation is to create a dedicated marketing role that would be responsible for educating residents and other interested parties on the facilities, programs, services that are offered by Dubuque Parks and Recreation. As I mentioned, a lot of folks they don't know what's offered right now, and you have a great system with really great amenities. So the major recommendations for recreation include revitalizing or creating a new outdoor aquatics facility or renovating the existing. Conducting a recreation center master plan for a new recreation facility, conducting a fee study to determine competitive and accessible program fees, starting a formal special events program to expand opportunities that would be directly through Parks and Recreation, further activating the Port of Dubuque Marina by adding a boat ramp, and developing a practice facility at Bunker Hill Golf Course. In terms of trails and connectivity, we studied the existing trail system. We also studied future trails that were aligned in other plans, including the county's plan that was recently completed. And we also performed a gap analysis to really understand, which pieces of the trail system are easy wins, if you will, to really be able to create local and regional connectivity with small pieces. And so the major recommendations for trails include creating a trail connection from the city to landmarks like Lines of Spain, conducting an alignment study to expand and further connect the existing trail network, establishing a trail connection between Eagle Point Park and Four Mounds, furthering the Mississippi River riverfront connections, and extending the Heritage Trail connectivity. In terms of open space and natural resources, our major recommendations include adding interpretive signage to prairie and forested areas. This would be in parks and also in other places to really be able to further educate visitors on establishment of these areas. Also adopting and regularly updating the comprehensive tree program and urban forestry plan that really invests heavily in new tree plantings and adaptation. improving Mouse Park for wildlife habitat and low-impact uses. Also identifying partnership opportunities for increased environmental education programs. And then finally, establishing native landscape and low-maintenance massings along Highway 20. So Director Kalsovich will talk about short-term priorities.
Thank you, Marissa. So the real question is, how do we connect the information with steps forward and recommendations about how to really use the power of the information in the plan? And so I'll walk through some a similar layout to what Marissa highlighted as far as the specific sections of the plan. So first, with parks. We've identified that the potential of 2 new parks maintenance staff, again, from a quantity standpoint, from a capacity and speed standpoint, to respond to challenges and issues highlighted in the plan in terms of maintenance and catching up on some of those things that have been challenges. Also, 1 new administrative staff to support field operations. At this point, one of the challenges of dealing with some of what we have in terms of quantity of what we care for and the amount of people we have serving is that we have people doing things that maybe don't allow them to focus their effort or their energy into their primary role. And so that diminishes our ability to keep up with some of the use demand that's out in the field. The park signage study as a potential opportunity, again, unification of messaging, of details across our system, so that if people are standing in any one of our spaces, they're seeing the consistency of our branding, they're understanding the messaging about the impact of certain things, the safety elements that we want to maintain, and have that be a more powerful structure within our system. Strategic positioning of unique park amenities. So we've heard about some of the specialty uses, dog parks, skate parks, things of splash pads fall into that category. How might we strategize about how getting those spread out through the community so the access is there for people in all sections? Now, they may not be in everybody's park, but they could be much easier to access with an approach to try and do that more strategically. Short-term capital investments based on park assessment, so obviously things like playgrounds, and that's probably what is maybe most evident and most prominent in terms of the things that need to be replaced past their use life, and so an action plan to get into that process. And then an Eagle Point Park action plan. Obviously that's been a topic here for several years, and talking about the uniqueness of reclassifying some of these parks to create a better understanding of how they fit into our system. Eagle Point, for example, being a regional park, we know it's not just something that Dubuque residents want to take advantage of. It's people from the region being attracted to that space and us really wanting it to be the best representation of itself for those visitors, not just our residents, and that impact for both. On the recreation side, 1 new recreation staff focused on marketing and special events. We see a potential opportunity, and some of my experience working with these 2 positions tied together has had a lot of synergy as far as maybe taking some of that spread out responsibility from staff within our department to just inherently then create a capacity with them, those people who exist with us now, to do more of the programming that people are asking for in their realm while creating a new special event opportunity. And then having those special events, which oftentimes are so heavily dependent on marketing because of the uniqueness of them, maybe being one day in nature, and then that person being connected with everybody across our department or across that division to really maximize the ability to share information at events about other opportunities people may have to enjoy recreation with us. Activation of research items, and first and foremost, and the major request from tonight being the allocation or support of the $50,000 that is available to go into an immediate aquatic study. I know during the work session the question came up about focusing on something that might be a limited portion of the year in terms of service to residents, but I think the data that we wanted to emphasize here tonight was that that was an incredibly high focus for people offering us their feedback, and we really want to honor that, and we really want to take advantage of the opportunity here to respond to them as quickly as possible to set up maybe what that action plan looks like. Obviously, community center study and indoor space, and Marissa emphasized maybe the connectivity between the expansion of opportunity and something dedicated through Park and Recreation as a city-run facility to make some of that available. And so that is an option and an opportunity for us moving forward. Sports complex support, and we know even outside of maybe some of the data in the plan, there's a growing interest and need for that support, and the council has talked about that very prominently as a priority in terms of ensuring that that's an opportunity for the community and some of the economic development that complements that. And so from a recreation standpoint, that would very much fall into some of the categories of things where we want to make improvements, not just for people coming to our community, but very specifically for residents and users here in Dubuque. A fee assessment, part of Marissa's recommendation, bringing us into really maybe a more appropriate alignment with what the market is charging in terms of use, sustainability as far as revenue, in contrast to expense, and some of that exercise that we might want to look at in terms of a more traditional business approach to make sure we're really offering things in the most productive way in all aspects of providing recreation programming. And then short-term capital improvements based on facility assessment, recreation facilities, aquatics being one of the major ones, but other places where we serve people, and how can we make immediate investments in those places and take advantage of opportunity through recommendations of the plan to make an immediate impact. Moving on to a couple other categories, we mentioned open space, the opportunity to add 2 new staff for horticulture and urban forestry support. We heard about the comments during the public comment period of time here with the council tonight about trees being such a significant part of what we want to look forward to and ahead to as far as planning for the future. And certainly this kind of staff capacity would help us handle the need of what is required today as far as tree care and tree support for the existing inventory, but plan for that transition as trees age out. We deal with some of the significant impact of things that have happened over the years with trees, emerald ash borer, and what is that visioning, and how do we stay ahead of that and catch up and stay ahead of that, I should say, as far as our team support is concerned. Introduce prairie in strategic areas throughout the park system, talking about the way that we can be more thoughtful and more supportive of things in the realm of ecology. And all of these things working together. Sometimes when we've talked about taking care of things, it's been one-off projects. But what is the global way that we can look at that to really be more thoughtful and mindful, better use of our resources, and a more strategic and tactical approach to some of those things lasting past maybe just one generation. Provide interpretive signage for all prairie, establishing within the parks to educate users on the natural environment. I know in the time that I've been here, I've heard a lot about, well, why? And that's really where we want to connect the dots. And we've seen the power of that in a place like the Bee Branch. So we have that example here in our own community, but I know we've seen that nationally, and that's certainly the perspective that Marissa and the Kimley Horn team brought to the report, that these things really carry a significant amount of weight in terms of people buying into the investment through Parks and Rec and the layers of benefit, not just what they get to experience in person maybe on a day-to-day basis. And then pivoting over to trails. One thing I do want to recognize and thank the City Council, City Manager, and previous representatives from Park and Rec relative to our size, and you can see this rating in the report, we actually have a pretty well-established trail system, and that's to be celebrated and complimented. But there's certainly more we can do, and there's opportunity that's been pointed out here, so potential for a new trail maintenance staff. I think because we're ahead of the curve and we have some things that are a little more a little larger than communities a similar size to us, we just want to be thoughtful and mindful about being able to take care of that and provide the best experience for people. And I would say that this addition or the capacity to add this into our inventory really is something that probably focuses most on safety ahead of development, but it's definitely one of those things that if with a more focused effort on trail use, we can talk about how to actually maybe do the best, put a priority together of what is best to do first as far as expansion and how that maybe spreads out the use, or we take lessons learned from real-time examples in the field and apply that to future projects. Add exercise stations along urban trails. This is a growing trend, and we saw in the report and the data the interest of the community to add fitness elements, and this might be a place where we can really merge projects of maybe establishing something new with an exercise element infused or integrated. And we're excited to explore that opportunity of seeing that work in other communities, and it's been very enriching and successful. Evaluate priority connections for feasibility and implementation. We know sometimes going from point A to point B, or as the crow flies, makes a lot of sense, but there's the challenges to navigate that, and certainly it's something where we may ask council for the opportunity to invest in that and identify how feasible those things are and how impactful they might be and report that data back to you. And then replace existing bike route signs, work with more of a national standard. Again, I think there's an example of things being developed somewhat independently of each other, and it's a holistic approach to try and bring our system into a place that anytime anybody comes and experiences our trails, there's an understanding of where they are, what they're going to experience, how they can navigate their own journey, and plan for that. And then people who aren't maybe familiar as they come to enjoy Dubuque will have that immediate experience as well and being able to engage with us in a meaningful and thoughtful way, especially if they're an experienced rider who then have a familiarity with maybe some of these national standards in places they've seen them exist elsewhere. And maybe perhaps the biggest opportunity, the door that's being opened here in a way that's even more broad and diverse than it's been, is the ability to grow and expand partnerships. And so there's a list of groups there that we already have an existing relationship with, but how can we go farther? How can it be bigger now? And how can it be more powerful because of the work we've done to establish this plan for ourselves? I think I start with the Community Foundation for Greater Dubuque and Dubuque Area Chamber of Commerce and Vision 2030. And I know the significance that that's already had on the community in terms of bringing people together and bringing more voices to the conversation about what people would like to see and the way those things and those initiatives overlap with some of the outcomes of the plan. So the overlap there could be very natural. But looking at other partners that we've had, Dubuque County Conservation, and thinking about the way we want to grow the ability inside of the city itself for environmental education and what they do already, and how can that partnership grow to make that an initiative that I know we both really care about and become stronger and bigger. Dubuque County, our community school district, and some of the partnerships we already have. What can we do to help them in their situation? How can they help us? And there be a synergy there. The DRA, and you heard about even in the final open comment period, some of the strong response to adding a second sheet of ice. And we know that they're our great partner there, and they're talking very consistently about the way they want to do more to serve more people, and that's a very admirable thing that we want to come alongside and support and be in partnership with. Local colleges and universities, again, such an important part of our community. What is the thing that we can do to go even farther than what we already have, and where they're making impact with youth, and we know the significance of that as well. Miracle League of Dubuque, I mentioned that project for the fact that what a great example of a partner that came in and really wanted to make a difference in the city, and the Park and Rec Department was open to that kind of contribution. And we've created a dynamic space that I think is an example for anyone else who wants to make that same contribution, being able to come alongside. And now there's a list of opportunities maybe that will inspire people to think about things the way that the Miracle League did when they came and presented an opportunity several years ago now. We talked about sports complex development. Another group that's, I think, significant in terms of health and wellness initiatives in the community is the YMCA. And they've spoken very publicly about their vision to enhance those opportunities, and what are the ways then that the city can come alongside, and there can be a more dynamic partnership for those things to meet all people's needs. Unfortunately, most of the time, it's not only going to be one service provider that does everything. It's these partnerships that make as much accessible to people as possible. Certainly a group like Dubuque Forward and what they've done already to contribute, and where they're coming up with ideas, and they're seeing the new menu of options that's inspiring people to bring even more topics to the table about ways that we can do things together. And multiple other community partners that were part of our stakeholder conversations, and that we will stay in touch with as the plan and the execution of things within the plan evolves. And so to talk finally about implementation, the City Council has been informed through what I call our tracking system used to chart progress for the master plans that we have in place, and this plan will be integrated into that reporting. So we'll be excited to use that platform to share progress about individual actions of the plan that we work with very closely on council, and get you updates on those timeframes. We'll have an internal planning team to implement strategy. The core of that team will be from Park and Rec, but there'll be other city departments on that team as well to talk about things in real time and try and expedite and there was a robust conversation about the project review team or the development review team that we would like to kind of mimic and say, okay, everybody, how do we feel about this moving forward? What are the challenges that we see globally as we either develop a new park or we modify a space? You know, even thinking about the aquatic plan, you know, what does a new facility do to the infrastructure that we need to anticipate as part of that? So we want to make sure we have that dynamic team at the table when talking about what can be real out of this plan. We'll have annual reporting that'll come to you typically, as I think it does for some of these other plans, through the budget process. And again, reporting about what we do, the progress we make, and where we'll be presenting new ideas through that typical traditional budget structure. And then we will have strategic check-ins with partners and stakeholders, and that's certainly why I took the time I did to talk about some of those expanded partnerships and opportunities with those groups. And we want to keep the conversations going, and there'll be groups that we call to the table as we implement things, working through you, the City Council, to say what's most important, what's next, how do we feel about these things evolving into our priority, and those groups then will be invited to be a part of the experience with us. And so with all that, I'll leave you with a few final comments before we go to questions. So I know one of the items, and it's maybe the elephant in the room about a plan like this, and I know many who've come before me who've dealt with master plans have maybe talked about the same topic. It's the funding. It's the budget. It's the challenges of a wonderful list of ideas and maybe the limited resources we have to apply to those ideas and that vision. At this point, our relationship, thankfully, with Kimley Horn will continue, and they're helping to develop with us a budget funding work expense, something I'll call a forecasting tool. And as we come to you with ideas and information about where we see the plan, asking us to prioritize projects and programs, we'll have information using that tool to provide you real-time data about the impact that would make, or where we might ask the council to come alongside in terms of providing resources to a project. So that is an important piece of what will happen moving forward. I also think this brings Parks and Recreation to the table in a more dynamic way with data and feedback that we didn't have before. And so it was emphasized early on that this was a first-time initiative. And we had Jared, a great friend of our program, talk about a 50-year idea. This is a 10-year vision, but what I think this does is it springboards us now very effectively into the next chapter, and the next chapter, and the next chapter, because we have this baseline, and we took the time to do this work to really set a foundation for not only the planning for the next decade, but beyond. I also would say that we know this is not a promise to do everything in the plan, but it's a promise to include the voices of the community in our decision making. And that's the thing that I really want to put the emphasis on and the value on, that the incredible success, and Marissa testified to this, on some of the most robust public feedback that their company has been a part of, is something we truly want to honor and that I value as part of what we're bringing to you in terms of this document. I will add the fully updated document will be printed for the council, and we'll make that available online, as well as we have other plans that the city has implemented or the council has adopted for city implementation. So we'll get you that printed copy here as we're able to do that. And then after tonight, anyone else with questions or comments can reach out to us at the Parks and Recreation Department directly. It will be live. It will be a living document. We'll be happy to have conversations and continue to, again, to integrate any additional comments or feedback into the community to our process moving forward. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to share and open up to any questions you might
All right.
have.
Well, thank you, Matt and Marissa, for that presentation. We really appreciate it. All right. Questions and discussion from the council? Yeah, Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. So much great information. Thank you. What I'm most impressed about, of course, is the public input that you've gotten. Here we are representing the citizens of Dubuque and the residents of Dubuque, and you really go out and make an effort to let us know what they're thinking, what they're doing. So when you talk about partnerships, the Dubuque Schools, Dubuque Forward, Chamber of Commerce, they've all had input on this and let you know what they think about this plan. Can we assume or maybe we can't, can we say that they endorse this plan in any way, or you didn't look for that?
Thank you for the question. That was not a specific request of some of these partner groups, but I can tell you two things, and unfortunately, some of this I wasn't present for, but I have the confirmation from both our team who was present, and I think our consulting partner would represent this too if you want her to elaborate. But them coming to the conversations that we invited people to have with stakeholders, the encouragement for us to do this was very high. Their excitement about this being an effort and the way that they felt like this could impact the community was very positive. And so I would say it was an overwhelming emphasis of support for the vision. Yes.
Thank you. I know that schools, the Dubuque Forward and the Chamber, all talk about the amenities are so important to our businesses and to the people who are living here. Now, I got some tougher questions now. But First of all, the one that's really important to me is, does the master plan recommend a sequencing order of this plan? Because I think adoption is easy, of course, and you mentioned implementation, right? So we need to be very careful, and I think there's a lot of discussion to be had. You mentioned at the beginning, we're just at the beginning of this. Because I think anyone who looks at this plan thinks, wow, this is an amazing plan. How are we going to do it, and what's the implementation strategy? I like the idea that over 10 years, so that we use this plan as a North Star to guide us. And then how can we do things, get the low-hanging fruit going here, get people excited about what they see, and then get the community groups to talk to others and say, let's continue this in a big way. But my question remains, does the master plan recommend sequencing order of these projects?
Thank you for that question. And I would say it's a playbook for what we would execute on. It does not prescribe that you go from A to B to C to D, because, as I think we would all, recognize, things can change direction very rapidly in real time. So the excitement of having the full playbook in front of us right now is, depending on how certain things evolve, there's an opportunity to take advantage of what the community has asked for to make an impact with. I think, obviously, the success of a plan is only as good as the team who's using it, and so it comes back into the professionals who will be serving through the Parks and Recreation Department. And I'm incredibly excited to be a part of leading them, through the implementation of things from this plan, to pull out what is most achievable, to identify, again, what can maybe be a complement to what's already in place, and then bring, using the feedback, to the council about where it might be right to invest first or next, depending on where we are in the plan. And there are some things that are spelled out, which is helpful, even though, again, it isn't sequential, that there would be things that happen early, there'd be things that happen in the middle, and there'll be things that happen toward the end of this initial 10-year vision. And again, as we know, there's a lot to navigate to get any of those in motion, but now the playbook is in our hands, or the menu of things that we get to choose from, and it's the expertise and knowledge of our staff that will merge with that about making the recommendations to you. So a lot of power, but certainly a lot of work still to come to get that to happen in a dynamic way.
Great, thank you. And I know the public input has a lot to do with this plan, and we get a lot of public input that we want this to be done in a fiscally responsible manner. So we really want this to be thought about in that way, both ways. This great plan that we have as our North Star, and then what fiscally responsible manner we're going to do to approach this. And now my specific question. Ma'am, you mentioned in your presentation that one of the things that was some of the information that you used to put this all together was an aquatics facility evaluation. And I don't know how old that was, and I forget what it is, but if we've already had an aquatics facility evaluation used as part of this formulation, why are we doing another one?
Sure. So I think staff can probably weigh in on when that evaluation was completed. From what I gather, it was a while ago, and it also was 2016, and it was a little incomplete. I think it assessed what was existing, and I think we all kind of know that a lot of the amenities in the aquatics facilities are old. They're old, right? They're in need of replacement, and so they addressed what exists. They didn't necessarily address what happens now. And so I think that the request today is meant to be what exists, how do you move forward, and is there a master plan for what you want to see moving forward, so that way those can be priced with rough order of magnitude costs.
I see, because that was 10 years ago. I'm glad we have the money set aside for that purpose, and I'm not averse to using it. I just hope we get some really good information. It is a huge topic, whether it's indoor, outdoor, replacing. And then, of course, those are many million-dollar projects. So spending $50,000 to get it right, I think is important. Again, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So I appreciate your responses to all my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. I would add one thing that I think is a positive, that we have that information from before. It is something that is a baseline and can accelerate our process this time around. So definitely try and turn a negative into a positive, even though nothing maybe happened out of that previous study. It is information that's valuable to our future research.
Ms. Roussel?
Thanks. First of all, I loved all the comments by Ms. McKenna. I think she covered all that's great about the plan, because now we have the data to drive all the decisions that Matt's talking about. I think our parks are something that everyone can and should enjoy, and that resident input really helps us ensure that we're going to provide what people want. So I had a couple questions that were specifically related to Eagle Point. I know that it's recommended to be a regional park, and I wondered if you could remind me what benefits that brings to that association.
Sure. So the anticipated benefits of reclassifying Eagle Point from a community park to a regional park, one is just it's best practices, just given the acreage and the uses of the park. Typically, a park that's around over 50 to 100 acres should be classified as a regional park. But I think one of the real reasons why you would really look at doing that is to be able to create a system where you have a budget, a dedicated budget, and a dedicated pool of funding that you can reinvest into Eagle Point Park. And so I think if you're able to treat it as a different, slightly different piece of the park system that has different components and different necessities, which it does just inherently, you're able to evaluate that maintenance aspect. You're able to look at the different historic architecture pieces, all of the different pieces that encompass Eagle Point Park, and create a funding source that can be renewed and is not necessarily associated with the funding source of the full park system. It also allows you to be able to look at certain business opportunities for third-party vendors or things like that that might be outside of what you do in your other parks.
So, excuse me, so that being said, you had mention of a friends group, and in the past, we talked about Friends of Eagle Point Park. So are you talking about Friends of all Dubuque parks, or are you still thinking about Friends of Eagle Point Park?
You're absolutely right. The initial recommendation was around a Friends of Eagle Point Park group. It's since evolved, just based on some outreach that we received, to a Friends of the Parks group in general. And I think that it generally, honestly, it could be both. Probably both of these things exist in reality. But I think that so many folks came forward saying that they would be willing to support things like open spaces and natural resources or trails. And so they don't necessarily feel this, innate wanting to volunteer specifically for Eagle Point Park, but really to encompass the city parks as a whole. And that's why that recommendation had evolved.
So you could certainly have a broader impact with a community group.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Ms. Wethel?
Marissa, I think my questions are maybe more targeted for you. So you do this for other municipalities, and you travel around and kind of see maybe this launching point for people as you work with them. But I'm curious about funding mechanisms that you've witnessed as far as community buy-in, and if you could speak to that.
Sure. I think in the plan, we've noted a lot of different funding mechanisms that could be utilized and kind of woven in and out as needed. I think we do see a multitude of different funding mechanisms just throughout the country, just based on, local need. But I will say that one thing that stuck out to me and in your plan specifically was the amount of folks that said they would be willing to donate their time or donate their effort. And so looking at the Friends of group as an example of that fundraising. I think another thing that was really interesting about the survey results for this project was the amount of people that came forth to say that they would be able to support the improvement of parks infrastructure and large community parks. And so that really kind of said, okay, not only we asked that question, what are you willing to improve? But then we also asked, how are you willing to improve that? And is that via tax, via, grant funding opportunity, partnership opportunities. We asked a lot of different questions, and there was a good support for a lot of these different funding mechanisms. And so I think given and this, I might be going outside of what you're asking, but given what we heard and what we've heard, throughout the year trying to do this plan, is that folks are really understanding what goes into maintaining parks and what goes into, we have this nice system, how do we maintain it? And so I think in a lot of similar systems where we see that there's aging infrastructure but a really strong system in place, they've been successful in being able to implement a tax program or some kind of program that would be able to only feed parks maintenance. And so you're not really looking at building new parks out, you're not looking at capital, you're completely creating a dedicated funding source that can be used for parks maintenance.
Great. I think this is a foundational question that has to do with who we represent. I believe this work is the work of government. Some people in society now think it's not, but I do. And I think it's an expectation of growing a population in which you invest in your outdoors and the health and wellness of your community. When we look even at Jason White from Greater Dubuque Development tonight provided the Info Action dashboard, area businesses ranked the following as top ongoing priorities for the community with percentage of reporting companies citing: number one, increase housing opportunities. That was 50% of those surveyed. Number two, recreational opportunities, 47%. And so when we talk about what is a foundational building block of growing our population, it is investing in this space and in this work, I believe. Just to glaze over also, this was a high priority in our goal setting, 2025 to 2027. Specifically, we referred to it as Parks and Rec Master Plan Adoption and Implementation. I do recall that in December, I believe we brought up the topic of funding not being part of this process, but will be part of future processes based on what we and our community residents who respond prioritize, and that's what we're talking about tonight. So it is a next step. We're not ignoring cost. I think that when you reflect on a community, not just making a statement about investing in your outdoors, but investing in the people that help us create these spaces is so important. And it was brought up by folks tonight. And I really appreciate people coming tonight to share their support. But I also really appreciate that 35,000 individuals had responded to this. If there is ever an experience of community buy-in, wow, this is probably one of the most impressive buy-ins I've seen since I've been on council. And so no one can question in a city like ours that we don't care about our parks and recreation. I just really appreciate and look forward to this as a launching step. I think it was referred to in our materials as a major step forward. This is just the beginning to me. And I welcome community feedback. I welcome ideas on funding mechanisms. This is a foundational discussion in our community of what we value and what is government's role. And I believe this is our role. Thank you.
If I may, a couple of comments. I just wanted to round out, Councilmember Roussel, your note about a friends group that may be very specific to a space and then a global friends group for a system. I know in several of the places I've had the privilege to work, we've had a global support foundation, and it's been very productive and very effective, but we have some examples here in our own community where some people are supporting things at a very specific level, whether it be Four Mounds or Minds of Spain. So I think two things can be true at the same time in terms of what could be impactful. And then, Councilmember Wethel, as far as mechanisms of support, I know in the park and rec industry, we have a lot of really strong examples of people being successful, applying unique or special funding through some kind of mechanism. I know taxation is one that typically comes up, and we would bring that data and that information, should that be of interest, in terms of very specific support to either what Marissa said about maintenance of what we do, and that funding being only for what exists, and then maybe the requests outside of that would be for anything new and different, or something that would be more robust and more complete of how to change our system, both what exists now and something that could move forward. So those things are out there to share. And again, to your point, the start of the process, if we're called to bring that information to the council, we would be excited for that opportunity.
The other thing I want to mention is that with the $50,000 that we are allotting for the aquatic study, we are looking back and saying, this is a very specific piece of the pie that we need to include, and our community said so.
Yes.
And so I appreciate that we're moving on that quickly to add it to the volume of knowledge you've provided.
I think you said it perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Linedecker.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the work that's gone in here from a master plan standpoint. I think it's very helpful to have an assessment of where we are and an idea of where we want to go. So applaud everyone that and for the doing their part and being a part of this. And obviously, this was done prior to me being on council, but I appreciate it. It's very, very helpful. Question, just a couple of questions here. So the FDR park, and specifically in the additional items that was added, it says that the city's not responsible for the maintenance out at FDR. Is there a reason, or who does take care of that? And if you don't have an answer, that's okay.
No, the city is responsible for the maintenance. I think maybe there was a misinterpretation of what we wrote based on, because there's the children's zoo that's a portion of that, and so the city would not be responsible for the maintenance of that piece of it, and so perhaps maybe it was a clerical error.
Okay.
If you will.
And then in relation to Eagle Point Park and knowing the size of FDR, would that be a regional park consideration as well?
It certainly could be. However, I feel it's more geared towards an open space, just simply because it's not currently amenitized in any way. I think in the future, if it did become amenitized in more ways than what it is currently, it could be considered a regional park in the future if that was something that the city wanted to invest in from just purely an acreage standpoint. However, I think typically from a National Parks and Rec Association best practices, a regional park would not only encompass that large amount of acres, which FDR Park certainly has, but a certain amount of amenities and be able to keep you there for a certain amount of time. And so that's where FDR Park doesn't certainly meet that yet, but it could if that was some direction that the city wanted to go in.
Okay, thank you. And then as it relates to the aquatic study, so I think about this and, obviously being still new to council, from what probably most of us would do if we said our swimming pool was failing or we needed to update it, we would go out and get bids from respectable contractors in the area and beyond, and look at those bids and understand from those what we want to do or could do. Is there a reason why, or my concern is we do a study and the study doesn't tell us what we want to hear, or it comes back and it's a really big number. Is there a reason why we wouldn't go out and get bids first to understand what the potential cost impact is, and then do a study to see where we need to go from there?
Great question. Thank you. I think first and foremost want to confirm that what's being provided is right and best. Them being 30-plus-year-old facilities is the service that's happening today at the aquatic facilities, as much as they're being valued, the best version of what exists now in the aquatic realm or the aquatic world. I know other communities have done things differently than we have in terms of features that are available, spaces that are more versatile, maybe an indoor space that can also be a seasonal space. And so what are those things that could happen differently? To your point, it may come back around that what we have today is exactly what we need it to be, but I think the misstep could be that we're pricing something out without ensuring that it's actually what the people today want, or what we know from an aquatic availability standpoint is actually what will be most versatile for the next generation. And I think about engagement with teens, for example. Aquatic facilities that are about the age of ours do not have the same amenities that we see others who've evolved faster than we have in the world of aquatics are providing to maybe a different population of users. And we want to be mindful of that being the biggest, best version of taking care of everybody who's represented in the community. So those are the questions I think we'd want to answer first and foremost, in addition to getting data about what then the cost would potentially look like.
Gotcha, thanks. And we did have this as a budgeted item for this past year?
So the 50,000 is allocated as part of what was the totality of research relative to the master plan. That was not money that needed to be activated to get through the scope, and so there was nothing that deviated from the work that was happening at the time to take us down a path of needing to activate something during the time that the plan data was being collected and the plan itself being shaped. So we're actually fortuitous for the fact that I think Kimberly Horn did such a great job of hitting the mark that now we have this allocation available to expand on what we've done or respond very directly to this highest priority by the community. And if I may, I'd like to jump back to your other question, and you bring up a great point, and I think this is one thing I want to emphasize. This is still a living document in the sense that feedback is not going to stop coming in, and we still want to keep including that. And there's even things that we might see, upon the successful adoption and acceptance of this plan that tomorrow we think might need to be different. So there'll be checkpoints and there'll be opportunities, even with our consulting team down the road, and I've been part of this experience in the past with master plans where you have a check-in and you say, what's evolved, what's changed, what do we need to bring as the new improved version of things 2, 3, 5 years later, especially 10 years from now, as we propose different actions. And there could be changes to categorization that help us, again, do things differently based on the way we see things play out. Right now, there's a lot of theory and a lot of philosophy being applied, and it's real-time examples that may take things in a different direction than they are from the start here. So we certainly want to be mindful that this is what it is, and it helps a lot, but it's not finished, and it'll probably never be a complete version of itself. It's going to keep trying to be the best version of itself, and modifications like that down the road could be important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Staver.
Yeah, I would just like to say, I appreciate the idea that this is a starting point, and it's obvious a lot of hard work went into this, and it's very valuable information that will be used to, I think, refine what the community really wants. It's a ton of information, and I think it's the best of the best. And now comes the fiscal responsibility part. Trying to provide the best we can with what we have. Being mindful of future costs to maintain, which I think you've all touched on. So, in regards to the $50,000 study, and you referenced the one from 2016, do you remember what the cost of that study was? Or you weren't here, but.
No, I don't have that with me tonight.
What was the scope of that study? Was it similar to what you're going to do now?
I'm actually going to invite Recreation Manager Dan Kroger up. He was part of the team at that time and can offer a little more perspective on the focus of that work.
Dan Kroger, Recreation Division Manager. The study was more of a physical assessment of the two pools. At that time, they were about almost 25 years old, or nearing up on 25 years old. So it was a lot of assessing the physical structures, the tank systems, basically the operations. There were some recommendations near the end of it for potential options to either rebuild or build new. But those were prices also back from 2016, which I'm sure everything is much different now. But there were a list of checklists, like low-hanging fruit type stuff throughout the facilities that we were able to maintain or do in-house with our staff, changing out different things, as well as a couple capital projects came out of that, like the new tank system that we did 2 years ago, a couple new pumps, things like that. But it was more of just a physical structure kind of plan than it was the community engagement kind of envisioning of what people would like to see, which is a lot more of what this would be.
The new plan would be?
Yes, Yes.
Okay, so in a
Yeah.
lot of ways, it seems like it's kind of a different type of plan or study. It's more of a refined study along the lines of what you're doing already, and it's, if I'm understanding right, it seems like leftover money or saved money from the original allocation for, so in a lot of ways, it's, not an additional 50,000, it's what we saved to make a really dialed-in study of the pools, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sprank, do you have anything?
Oh, yes, I do. Thanks, Mayor. Okay, so some of my questions were answered that I had when I was reading the whole report. I understand that costs are going to be coming soon at some point, so we'll have some ideas. I was under the belief that pools would be included in the assessment, and I get that. What we're going to be, I understand now what we'll be getting for that 50,000. I guess the biggest thing when I read that the report, there was a big discussion about indoor aquatics. And I'm going to agree with the report where it says the project team would not recommend the development of a standalone aquatic center. To me, that sounds like an issue that that could be possibly handled by one of our other partner organizations or something we could maybe partner with. I understand the reasoning in the report as to why not to do that. But otherwise, there's a lot of good information. I really like how this plan is a nice timeline for our Parks Department. That just the discussion of the quality of our trails, how we just have to figure out connectivity, Bunker Hill, the uses and the revamping of the site. Sounds like there needs to be quite a bit of attention. But I'm glad that the ask has been made as to what we'll be needing regarding staff. But we just, as usual, I really would like to know the cost. And I know that's a question that can't be answered yet till we get probably this pool study back. I guess the question is, do we have a timeline as to when that pool study would be back?
So depending on the scope of work that's prescribed, I think it can be up to 6 months, but potentially it could be faster than that. We've got the data that we do from this and the other plan, so that's what we dive into, pardon the pun, or actually meaning the pun, on how that would look. And once we get that, we'd pass that along on the expected time that report would be back.
All right, that was all I had. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wethel.
Just one more question, and Marissa, I think this might be for you. I don't need to remind Dan that we had some issues with hiring lifeguards to the point that we had to close a pool. We never want to have that situation again when it comes to our aquatic services. And so as we do that assessment, I think, I'm curious, would you talk a little bit about how workforce support would be part of that study?
Yeah, absolutely. So I can tell you that that's a national issue, is this lack of lifeguard support, unfortunately. And so one thing we have been doing, and one of the reasons why we're looking at this more as a visionary project and not as much as replacing in kind, but looking at what amenities are needed and how they are constructed, is because there's different ways in which we can modify the design to be able to be utilize less guards in certain ways, right? So if one of the pools is active, perhaps there's a gated system or something that would allow us to only guard one pool and not have to guard the entire aquatics facility, the entire time it's open. And so looking at some of these things from a different lens will really allow us to kind of chime in on some of these pieces that you're talking about to really make sure that we're keeping that staffing scope in mind. Obviously, the cost of labor change, the amount of labor changes, but we'll be able to give you an idea of how these things are guarded and how it's operational in that capacity.
Thank you.
If I may, I will add that we did reach levels last season to fully open, and we're anticipating a good response again, but certainly not going to rest on the way that we reach that. We'd like to go past it and even be back in a place pre-COVID that I know is the benchmark for where a lot of people across the country in Parks and Rec were started to run into significant issues with staffing, that you would almost have a surplus of people reaching out. And again, I continue to promote, and I'll use this time to shamelessly promote, that we are looking for staff for the summer, and that recruiting is coming along in full. And in addition to what I believe is a very competitive wage in the part-time market, especially for teens, high school, college, we have a tremendously fun atmosphere. You get to work outside. You learn about teamwork. I mean, it's the benefits that I think had Park and Rec out in front of other part-time industries before COVID hit and kind of just changed the whole model, that I still champion and represent today on why we might be one of that age group's preferred employers. And we look forward to seeing people's applications here soon.
Well, I will just say hats off to Dan and his team and all that worked on that back when we needed that support and we got it. It was a huge lift and it was a fast lift, but I was so happy that we didn't have to do that 2 summers in a row. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Well, this has been a fantastic discussion for a while. I mean, we've been having this discussion now for most of this year. So we appreciate very much that we've gotten so much community feedback, not just from people who have come here, but I mean, clearly from all the respondents who had something to say about this. I think the message is pretty clear from the Dubuque community. People want this. They want these amenities. They want these things to happen. I agree with them. I would like to see everything in this plan done. I want to see it all. I think it would be fantastic. It would be a phenomenal place to live in an already phenomenal place to live. So I think that would be great. I'm really excited, but I'm having trouble with my excitement tonight. And the reason is we are not in a great time to be doing this stuff. It's just from a societal standpoint, there is a level of constricting government that is happening at all levels of government right now. And what I'm noticing, though, is that as we go through this point of constricting government to make our resources smaller, the desires of the community remain big. And I'm thinking about this, and then I'm thinking about some other conversations I've had this week and the last couple of weeks about other massive projects that are going on in our community. It's an incredibly exciting time to be here. But that excitement is so tempered right now for me by what we're seeing on a national and statewide scale. I know it's already late, it's 9:30, but we have another presentation next from Jenny Larson, our CFO, that is going to talk about some very specific bills in the Iowa legislature that talk very specifically about the resources that would be afforded to cities in the state. I would encourage you, if you can't stick around, to watch that when you have the chance. I think it's going to be a really important discussion. I'm concerned with what I'm seeing in the state of Iowa. I'm concerned with the push to constrict city government to the point where where these things aren't really going to be a realistic part of the conversation if this gets pushed too far towards restricting the revenues of cities. And we need to recognize that the community is asking for these things, and I would encourage our community members to mention that to your state legislators. I think it's a really important time to do that these projects are important to you, these things are things that you want in the place where you live. Tell your legislators that. And while you're at it, I would give your congresspeople a call as well as our president, because right now we're also in a place where in Washington, D.C., we're seeing grants disappear and go away. We're seeing funding streams be removed entirely. The history of things like this in Dubuque has been it's a beautiful history, honestly, of being able to partner with all these levels of government and get really big things done. There's some really great stories that we have in our history of all this, and I'm looking forward to those times coming back. But in the meantime, the slide you had of the partners, I think is an incredibly important slide to recognize right now, and especially the bottom line where it said all other partnerships. We are going to need to lean heavily as a city government on our partners right now and on private philanthropy to get some of these things done. If these are things that the Dubuque community really wants, we need to be realistic about where that money can come from and how we can do it. I have an anticipation, and Mike hasn't told us yet as the city manager, all that's going to be presented to us as a budget, but I'm anticipating some pretty difficult discussions coming in the month of April. I'm not looking forward to them that much because I think they're actually going to be pretty tough to have. You asked for a lot of staff right there, and you should have them. They're important people. They're things that the community is asking for. But I worry that with the funding constrictions that we have, it's going to be a difficult conversation to have. So I hate to sound all gloom and doom. I really do, because I don't feel 100% gloom and doom. I think we can do these things. I actually believe in us to be able to do these things. But I do think it's going to be really hard. And I don't think that we should gloss over that too much. I think we should recognize the challenge ahead of us, and that if we really do truly want these, we need to be realistic about how we can fund them and make them happen. So I hope we can have those conversations in the months and years ahead, because I think it's going to be really necessary to do it. I'm totally voting for this plan. It's a great plan. It's great. And I'm voting for the $50,000. I appreciate that we have that left over to be able to do this. I love that we can use that now for something that's very top on the list. And I recognize fully that that's what the community is asking for, and ain't no way I'm standing in the way of that. So I really appreciate that we can move forward with those things. All right, we've had a great discussion here. No other final thoughts? So Matt and Marissa, thank you so much for being here tonight and walking us through all that for the sake of everybody in the community. All right, well, our vote before us here, the motion is to receive and file, approve this plan along with the allocation of the $50,000 and hear that presentation. So Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Thank you all very much for your support. We appreciate it.
Action item number 2, presentation on impact of proposed Iowa property tax bills.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and view the presentation.
Second by Wethel.
By Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike?
Thank you. Chief Financial Officer Jennifer Larson will make a presentation on the impact of the proposed Iowa property tax bills, which include Senate Study Bill 3001, Governor's Bill, Senate Study Bill 3004, and House Study Bill 596. And then I respectfully recommend you receive and file the presentations, because there's no action to take tonight. This is just an analysis of the bills that have been submitted.
Good evening, Jennifer Larson, Chief Financial Officer. I'm going to take you through some analysis that I did on three of the proposed Iowa property tax bills. I'll keep it pretty high level, won't go into calculations, and this will just be the impact on the city of Dubuque, so not the other taxing bodies. So just an overview, this slide points out the major parts of each of these bills. I'll go into more detail, but just wanted to provide a brief one-slide summary here. I'll also mention that there are key terms in the footnotes of each slides. If you're wondering if I say something that you may not know what it is, it might be in the footnotes. So, all right, I'll start out with Senate Study Bill 3004, which is also known as the Governor's Bill. This bill includes property tax growth cap of 102% of the prior year property tax revenue. So that's all levies that the city uses, excluding the debt service levy. So it doesn't just cap the general fund levy, it caps the other levies that we use, like transit, tort, trust and agency. So a much broader cap than what we have seen in the past. In addition to that, it was also proposed in this bill to suggest a general fund reserve limit of 10%. We currently have a policy for the city of Dubuque that is 25%. So this would decrease our general fund reserve from 22.8 million to 9.1 million. And that would have a huge impact on our credit rating. Moody's Investor Service has suggested that AA rated cities should have a 35% reserve. So you can imagine what a 10% cap would do to our rating. The bill also proposes assessment changes. So the governor is proposing increasing the rollback on commercial and industrial property. So in commercial and industrial, they have what's known as a dual or a two-tier rollback system. So currently the first $150,000 of their value is, it has the residential rollback applied, and then the remainder has a 90% rollback. So the governor is proposing to increase that to $250,000. So more of that commercial and industrial value would have the residential rollback applied, which would decrease the city's taxable valuation. In addition, currently there is a homestead credit, which is funded by the state of Iowa. This bill proposes changing that to a homestead exemption. That would mean it's not funded by the state of Iowa, and it would significantly reduce Dubuque's taxable valuations. So a pretty large impact there. In addition, there are some pretty significant urban renewal restrictions. So tax increment financing would be limited to infrastructure and demolition. Currently, we can do things like give a certain dollar amount per unit to get developers to develop like a multi-residential building in downtown, or just provide apartments and historical buildings. So that would significantly limit the amount of economic development we could do. In addition, any new TIF areas would have a 20-year life, regardless if it's slum and blight or if it's economic development purpose. So significant restrictions there in this bill. I just wanted to provide a snapshot of what this impact looks like. So starting off at the top of the slide, we're talking about average residential homeowners, so the impact on them. And under this bill, their property taxes, just for the city portion of the property taxes, would be $968. Compared to the current system, it is $1,007, so a very minor reduction in city taxes of $38. And fast forwarding to 2039, I'm doing a 12-year projection because the Senate Study Bill 3001 has a 12-year implementation period, but then it's also good to look at a longer period of time. So in 39, this bill would have residential paying $929. Our current system would be $1,094, so that's a reduction of $164. Looking at multi-residential, this bill would be $1,751, and our current system is about $1,900, so that's a reduction of $164. Jumping to 39, it'd be $1,680 compared to about $2,000, so that's a reduction of $374. Commercial, about $4,500 under this bill, $5,422 under the current property tax system, so that's a reduction of $911. And then under this bill in 2039, it would be $5,378 as compared to $6,877, so about a $1,500 reduction in commercial, so much larger there. And industrial, similar, so under this bill, about $5,500 compared to the current system of about $6,500, so that's about a $1,000 reduction. And jumping to 39, it's $5,600 compared to $7,200, or a $1,600 reduction. In looking at total City of Dubuque tax revenue, this bill would reduce our tax revenue by $3.8 million compared to the current system. And then jumping ahead to 2039, it would be almost an $18 million reduction. Specifically, looking at tax increment financing revenue, it would reduce our revenue in 28 in TIF by $3.4 million, and then in 39, that would grow to about just under $11 million. Jumping to Senate Study Bill 3001. So this bill is very similar to what the Senate proposed last legislative session. It proposes to cap only the general fund levy, so it does not cap the other levies, and there are two formulas. So formula, what I'll call Formula A, allows 2% growth for those cities that have new construction, and then Formula B would allow a 0.5% increase for those cities that do not have any growth or new construction. So then you go through that calculation, and it would calculate what your general fund levy limit would be. There are also significant assessment changes in this bill. It would change commercial and industrial to 100% taxable value. So as I spoke about in the other bill, there's currently a dual rollback where the first $150,000 is at the residential rollback, and then the remainder is at 90%. Commercial industrial would go to 100% taxable value. The bill also phases out residential rollback. So we're currently at about 43% in 2027, the budget we're working on. It would increase to 70% in fiscal year 28, which would be the start if any of these bills passed. And then it would phase out over 12 years until the point where residential has no rollback, so 100% taxable value. The other piece is it phases in homestead exemptions in place of that rollback. So no, it would get rid of the current homestead credit, which is funded by the state. Again, the exemption would reduce our taxable value, not funded by the state. It would begin at 25% with a $175,000 cap on the home value, and then it would increase to 50% over that 12-year period with a $300,000 cap that could be applied to that homestead exemption. It also introduces a category, it's actually called unencumbered 65 and older exemption. I'm calling it the 65 plus no mortgage exemption. So in addition to the other exemption, 65 and older could qualify for this exemption if they did not have a mortgage on their property. So this phases in over 4 years. It starts at 25%, and by year 4, 100% of any 65 and older residential property where they do not have a mortgage, they would pay no taxes. In addition, this bill proposes an increase in local option sales tax. We're currently capped at 1%. It would go up 0.5% to 1.5%. That's about a $6 million increase in revenue for the city of Dubuque. And then it would provide a consumer price index change annually on gas excise taxes. So currently there's no adjustment on those each year. So again, just looking at a snapshot of what this bill does to the various property tax classes and looking at the average value in those classes, residential would have about a $63 decrease comparing this bill to what we currently have for a system in 28, and then in 39, it would be about a $281 decrease for residential. Multi-residential would see an increase of $358, and then in 39, it would be an $1,100 increase. Commercial would see a decrease with the decrease in property tax rates, even though they're taxed at 100% under this bill. So $155 decrease in city taxes in 28, about $1,100 decrease in 39. Industrial is similar, $306 decrease in 28, $1,600 in 2039. And looking at city tax revenue for a city the size of Dubuque with the various property class makeup, it's a minimal decrease in 2028, and so it's roughly $100,000 in 28 as a decrease for projected tax revenue, and then 39 is actually an increase. So as the rollback is phased down in residential, that homestead exemption doesn't quite make up for that rollback going away. And then, of course, we have commercial and industrial being taxed at 100%. So we actually see a gain of $800,000 in 2039. TIF revenue, there is a decrease here in 28. It's 1.3 million. So as we see that consolidated tax rate decrease, the TIF revenue would also decrease. Not all of it is made up by the increased taxable valuation. In 2039, it's a $5.7 million decrease. And then finally, House Study Bill 596. This bill is similar to the governor's bill. It caps all levies at a 102% limit of the prior property tax amount. It would exclude the debt service levy. It leaves the homestead credit intact, but it adds an additional residential exemption of $25,000 for taxable value. So that's in addition to the homestead credit. It does provide for improvements for the taxpayer budget statement. So currently, it's a pretty confusing statement that doesn't really provide the message that was intended. So this bill gives direction that they would work with the Iowa League of Cities and the Association of Counties to get the language improved. And then this bill also proposes bond restrictions. So any project that would need general corporate purpose bonds would require a special election with 60% of voter approval. So to give an example of what we would issue general corporate purpose bonds for, any, for example, fire station building improvement falls under general corporate purpose. So all the improvements we're doing for HVAC or bunkhouse remodeling and those sorts of things would be considered general corporate purpose. So pretty important projects. And then again, just looking at a summary of what that impact looks like to the city of Dubuque portion of taxes. We have residential, about a $272 decrease in 28, $175 decrease in 39. Multi-residential, minor increase in 28 of $4. 2039 is an increase of $45. Commercial is an increase of $10 in 28. And then it rises to about $698.39. Industrial is $12.28, and then an increase of $276.39. Looking at total city tax revenue, it's about a $3.9 million decrease in 28, increasing to $11.5 million in 39. And then looking at tax increment finance revenue, it's a $1.8 million reduction in 28, increasing to $11.2 million and 39. The last slide I have just gives a one-page summary of all the different categories that are included in each bill, so you can see the comparison there. And then I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny.
Yep.
Well, I'll start with a couple of things. First of all, I want to make sure that everybody recognizes the leadership that Jenny has taken on this issue in the state of Iowa. There aren't that many people that are, doing calculations like this. It's difficult and time-consuming. And Jenny's answered the call to be able to do that. And it's benefiting other cities across the state because she's putting some calculations together that other people can plug in to their own. So I just want to make sure that everybody recognizes that, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing. It's great to have someone who is such a leader in this role. There is, and to make sure that everybody knows the process too, the discussion at the legislature currently is that these three bills will become something of one bill eventually, and currently the leadership in the House, Senate, and of course in the governor's office are working together to create what that is. As they're doing so, I will say that I've been thankful that the Iowa League of Cities, the Association of Counties, us as the largest cities in Iowa, we're at the table for the discussion with the legislators in the governor's office. And I appreciate the fact that that has been an open invitation to continue to discuss this, point out these things that we're learning, do these calculations so we have facts to go with and we can actually deliver facts and say this is what the effect is going to be on the city of Dubuque with something like this. There are some things that I think are being recognized as very concerning and are very likely to change from what we're hearing. For instance, the 10% cap on reserves is just simply not a good thing for any city in the state of Iowa. It just would be a bad thing for the state in general. And I think that was pretty quickly recognized and now is actively being discussed as not being a part of that, or raising that to a certain level that would actually be more realistic for cities, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to point out a few of those things. I already mentioned, I'm concerned in general, but what I will just leave everyone with is this. I think there's clear recognition from our legislators that they are hearing from their constituents, who are our constituents, that people want a relief on their property taxes. We in some way need to guard against property taxes rising too quickly. But at the same time, those same residents and taxpayers are saying what we just heard in the last conversation. We want these things in our cities to be able to do this stuff. We want to be able to have good recreation facilities and amenities and those types of things. So there's a balance that we need to strike as a state, and I'm hopeful that we can find a way to do that. Because if we go down the road of, like I said earlier, constricting things too much, then I think that's not what taxpayers are asking for. That's not what we're hearing at the local level. So I think it's important that we strike that balance. So that said, any questions or further discussion? Mr. Lindeck.
I had a quick question. Thanks, Jenny, for all the work on putting this together. It's really helpful in analyzing and seeing where this is potentially could fall, I'll say. On slide 5, I just want to make sure, I think that I heard you correctly. The second to last bullet point item, can you cover that one again, the lost increase?
So the proposed bill for 3001 currently includes language where cities would allow to increase, we would have to go out for a election, special election to the public, but we're currently at the cap of 1%, but the bill includes language to go up to 1.5%. So that would be about a $6 million increase in revenue for the city of Dubuque.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or discussion for Jenny while we've got her? Okay. Well, Jenny, thank you very much for that. I think it was very helpful to be able to have that said publicly. So thank you very much. All right. Motion here was to receive and file and then hear that presentation. So Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lindecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 3 is Central Avenue and White Street Corridor Phase 1 Parking Mitigation Strategy, 14th to 22nd Street. Approved professional consultant services agreement.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Sprank, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Sahoyas is recommending City Council approval of the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the professional consultant services agreement with Bolton and Mank Incorporated in the amount of $87,824 to complete Phase 1 parking mitigation strategy from 14th to 22nd Street for the Central Avenue and White Street corridor. The Phase 1 consultant services will focus on identifying and evaluating strategies to address potential parking impacts within the Central Avenue and White Street corridors, particularly within the 14th Street to 22nd Street segment. Tasks include inventory and analysis of existing parking supply and utilization, evaluation of opportunities to replace or offset on-street parking through nearby facilities or side streets, stakeholder engagement with residents, property owners, and businesses within the project area to understand parking needs, usage patterns, and operational concerns, and development of parking scenarios and identification management or mitigation strategies to address potential parking impacts. The Phase 1 parking mitigation strategy is intended to provide City Council with clear, data-driven options related to parking prior to consideration of any further design or corridor modifications. Findings from the Phase 1 work will be used to inform future decision-making. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Questions or discussion? Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. So how many phases could there be in this? Here's Phase 1. Do you know?
So I'm going to ask Justine Hall, the traffic engineer for the City of Dubuque, to respond.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Justine Hall, Engineering Department, Traffic Engineer. Currently, with the parking mitigation going into the first segment of 14th to 22nd would be considered the first phase. Then we would have to look at the other two, which was kind of dictated in the study as what we're looking at is 14th to 22nd as the mixed use. And then there's the middle section from 14th to around 8th or 7th Street, which is kind of that civic location. So we have Prescott, City Hall, the police department, and then the lower section, which is kind of that downtown area. So currently, there would be 3 phases, but there would be multiple segments within those phases.
So do you think that each phase is going to be $87,000?
No. I think that once we complete the parking mitigation, and we move forward with proactive strategies to make sure that we are ready for construction for those multiple segments, we have to figure out the design for those sections first, and then we have to construct them. So it is definitely going to be more than $87,000. This is just the very beginning and kind of getting us to a point to feel comfortable with the parking along this section from 14th to 22nd.
I guess I thought that the Central and White Corridor study addressed parking, at least took that into consideration and said that our current, the project that we selected was the best for parking in the area. So I thought they addressed parking. Did they recommend we do another study about this, or how did this come to us?
If you don't mind, Justine, I'm going to address that. So this actually was at the direction of the city council, is that when you adopted that master plan, it takes a lot of parking off the street. The one street, it's going to make the super wide sidewalks and take parking off of one side of the street. And the other street, it's going to put a bike lane in and take parking off of one side of the street. So the council direction was, well, the first thing before we start building those changes, we have to figure out what are the parking needs that these businesses and property owners have, and how can they be met so we don't make a massive capital improvement, but then there's no place for people, customers and residents of the apartments to park once the improvement's done.
I know, and parking is like that. I mean, everybody's against parking until they can't find a parking space.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, so I get that, how that happens. It's already happened a couple times in the last 6 months or so. And parking is important, as you say, for customers, for businesses to stay alive. We want to promote businesses down on Central, and I guess businesses need customers. That's what they tell me. So I get why we need to do that. I just thought if it had been addressed, and if it hasn't been addressed, it does need to be addressed. So thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, can I get some clarification, actually, Justine? So we talked about the phases. So Gus Sohoyes has another memo on here that outlines phases, and is a little different than what you described, actually. So I just wanted to get some clarification, because it says, that phase 1 is this parking mitigation strategy, and then in phase 2, we start to look at corridor restriping to actually, make those shifts, get people used to that. And then phase 3 is the detailed corridor design, sort of the block region by block region. And then phase 4 is the cycle track, was the end. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is accurate. There has been some vocabulary that has been switched around, so I apologize on that. When we're looking at what I am considering the first design phase is 14th to 22nd.
Gotcha.
Now, and that's why I keep saying segments or sections, is because in that first phase, we want to make sure that we're breaking them up into bite-sized pieces so that we do have opportunity for possible city funding or good grant opportunity where we can get, a good portion of that project under that one grant. So apologies for the miscommunication and the vocabulary there, but basically, yes, we have it broken down into micro phases in the big phase of things. So if segments or sections help with that, I can make that definitely a lot more clear.
Okay, cool. Thank you, appreciate that. That is good clarification. All right, what other questions or discussion do we have? Ms. Russell?
So this particular segment of the study, is this going to tell us specifically where the little boxes are for the parking? So, on this street, there's 3 spots and 2 on the other side. Is that what we're going to get?
We can get something like that in the design of, okay, we can fit, because let me take a step back. There is obviously a standard for how large a parking spot needs to be. That is around 18 feet long, and then we have to also consider the parking spot that is 8 to 9 feet wide. So we have those standards that we know that we can work with. But then there's opportunities with loading zones, our bus stops that we have on Central and White. Maybe there is for example, for a restaurant, if they wanted to have more outdoor space, we could turn it into kind of a dining space if that's what they were looking for. There's a lot of opportunity to play with a lot of those things, but the question of getting to the parking, yes, we will have maybe not necessarily boxes, but very similar to what we currently have, which we call L's and T's, where you're kind of getting that kind of mapped out version of your spot. But that will be very clear about where that spot is. So yes, the pavement markings with that next section or phase with the corridor restriping to take that parking information would then literally paint that parking spot for us. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Wethel?
I think I remember when we had a discussion about Central at one point, it was specifically even, do we incorporate diagonal parking versus opportunities for parallel? How many more cars can we get literally on this one street based on that? And those discussions were initiated, but we didn't actually say, this street's gonna have this much parking. This street's we're losing this many spots. We're gonna incorporate these spots back in here. This is how we're gonna do it. We had a lot of hypothetical parking discussions because at the time, I think many of us heard from business owners and those living in the area. I had a business owner contact me about one lost spot. One.
Yep.
Parking spots are essential for some of these businesses. We have to get it right.
Yep.
And I don't like spending this money. I'll be honest, it really frustrates me. And I remember when I first ran for office, people said, why do you need another? And then I learned why we needed another study and why we needed buy-in from as many people as we could possibly get. So the one thing I would ask is that we really work hard to have as much continued dialogue with the business and residents of each section as we move forward with their assessment and what they need and what they tell us. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I add a little bit more to that?
Please.
So with this first phase, I would definitely say that engagement, and we have seen the engagement with the Parks Master Plan as well, that the engagement piece of this is the most important part to make sure that we are talking to the business owners, to the residents, to people traveling in that direction, and then how we can play around with the fact, like I was saying, how we can play around with the fact of, we have to still have our curb where it is. So the parking is not necessarily going away. We're just planning for it when it does happen, when we do actually change where the curb is. So I'm very excited for that conversation, and I hope everyone else is too. I agree. I think that there is a lot of studies going around and there's a lot of opportunity, but I think for this level of effort, we're basically getting the engagement piece out of it. And I think that's the most important piece so that we can move forward with, the vision of the corridor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very quickly.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Resnick. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So to talk about and buttress what Ms. Wethel said, I've been down there talking to some owners, and one said, I saw this new plan and I just figured I'm going to close my doors and lock it because my parking's going to be gone and no one's going to be able to come to my business. I'm barely hanging on right now. I'm really hoping something happens down here because, it's a great place and more people should be down here. But if there's no parking, I'm kind of planning a year from now that I won't be down here. And it's like, well, I think we're still working on this and we really want heritage businesses down there to be there when things get better, because you've been hanging in there and bringing people down now, and we do want to support you. So again, just like Ms. Wethel said, people need parking, and every parking space matters to them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else? Mr. Staver?
Yeah, I guess I would just say I'm, still learning because this seems like a huge amount of money to spend to figure out 8 blocks of parking, in an area that's so locked up that the obvious limitations pretty much direct you to where the only possibilities are. You know what you're taking away, you know what you can possibly find in those areas because everything's built out. You're kind of, locked in by a huge bluff, and, it just seems like an incredibly large amount of money for 8 blocks. And just looking at how they, came up with this 90 grand, essentially, am I reading this right, that it's $204 an hour to figure out this parking? And I guess, is talking to the residents as part of this, is what you're saying?
I'd have to look at that detail that you're looking at. I don't have that fee memorized, unfortunately, but they do have, so specifically with the parking, they do have a sub-consultant, which has been used in previous city studies as well, which is Walker. And they were used with our smart parking mobility management study. They have some previous data that and work with the city. So I'm sure that 204, and again, I'm just going off of what you're saying there, Mr. Saver, on if that includes the engagement. I do believe that is broken down as well of how many hours that would take and what they're looking at. So at least when we were reviewing the breakdown, that was.
Yeah, public engagement, 8 hours.
Yep. And then they do have their fee schedule in there as well for the 2026 year.
Okay, I see now each category has its own dollar amount. That's $165 an hour. Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Staver?
No, thank you.
Mr. Landecker?
Quick question. On the memo from staff, on the bottom of page 3, it says, city has sufficient funding programmed to cover the phase 1. And then it mentions Central Ave streetscape for $1.4 million. Is that what was budgeted?
Yes. 1.4, I believe. I thought it was more than that. Over $1 million was budgeted based on if we needed property acquisition. So that $1 million from discussions that I've been in has been kind of tied up, I guess, in nothing that has been looking at or anything based on us needing data for the parking analysis. That money is there if we do need to acquire any property. And based on my, seeing how the study is going, I'm unsure if that would need to be used. I mean, I have a different opinion, but that money is basically there in case we do need to provide substantial off-street parking in the vicinity.
Okay. And this is for this money that's been allocated in here. This would be for phase 1, 2, 3, 4 of this, what we're talking about?
That would be for this first phase. So the first design phase, which is that 14th to 22nd, which includes what the mayor was saying is that breakdown of the parking analysis, the corridor restriping, and the design plans for some segments and the cycle track as well. So whatever's outlined in the memo. I think we have multiple design segments from 14th to 22nd kind of broken up, and then the cycle track as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. The one thing I'm thinking about on this is these studies that create more studies on top of studies for more studies is at some point, I get that our staffing levels are challenged, but at some point I would think that we could say, hey, we're going to spend, I don't know, $300,000, $250,000, right, on these things. And do we say, hey, we should look at adding a staff person, right, that could help us long-term with this. Now, I get it, this is a short-term project, but I don't think projects like this, like, ever go away. I think they just shift around town, right, as development grows and things happen. So that's what's on my mind, as I look at numbers and think about stuff like this, so.
Mike, could you talk about just in general, we've had a lot of discussions about engineering in particular, and staffing levels in engineering, but the challenges of hiring and the competition that we're in with engineering firms, for example. Can you talk about why we, up to this point, have generally made the decision to keep our staff level what it is, try to increase as much as we can, but then also utilize people like this as consultant services to be able to get the work done that we need to get done. And if you can throw in there, sprinkle in, are we way out of line with what other cities do, or are we pretty much doing what other cities do too?
So, first of all, I'd say that we do more than other cities do, and so then it costs more money to do it. When you look across the state of the 99 counties and only 7 counties are growing, and we're one of them, there's a reason for that, because we're actually taking proactive action to make things happen, and people want to be here and businesses want to expand. So that's a good thing. But to get back to the question of staffing, so, we have a traffic engineer. We're thrilled to have Justine as a traffic engineer. We have an environmental engineer position that's vacant right now because our environmental engineer just took the job as the Assistant Public Works Director for the City of Dubuque. I can tell you the last time we recruited for that vacancy in the environmental engineer, it took us 2 years to find somebody, and we had 1 applicant, and it was the person we hired, and he did a great job, so we were thrilled with that. But when we're doing so many different things between sanitary sewer projects and water projects and parking projects and redesigning streets and building a 14th Street Railroad overpass and building a amphitheater, $18 million amphitheater on Chaplain Schmidt Island, and I could go on and on. There's just so many different specialties that come into play there. It'd be almost impossible for us to say, okay, for the next 3 years, we need 2 environmental engineers, and then the next 3 years after that, we need an extra, a street program engineer, and we wouldn't be able to hire them. And so really, the only practical way to do it is to have consultants help us. I will agree with Councilmember Leindecker about, though, we do try and evaluate that if we have a long-term need for a position, then we go for the position. And Gus is here. I'm trying to remember when was the last time we added an engineering position. It was in the last couple of years, I think. I don't think it.
Gus Sahoya, city engineer. That's a good question. Have we added one?
It seems like we did in the stormwater.
We hired a stormwater engineer and a sanitary sewer engineer, and then we went to 1, and now at some point we're going to be asking for 2 again because we're so backed up. But
yeah, so I mean, it's a constant dance. We've got what, $80 million in sanitary sewer projects coming up. So, well, we're in the midst of spending $40 million of it already on the lift station, and another $40 million to come. And then, we're doing the $30 million stormwater project in the 16th Street detention basin, and we hired an engineering firm to help to design that for us. So, yeah, it's a constant dance. Do we add somebody? Do we hire a consultant? But I'll go back to one of the reasons we're one of the 7 counties growing in the state of Iowa is because we're making stuff happen. And to make stuff happen, you have to be nimble and, yeah.
Is it way out of whack from what other cities do, our size, in
I
in
don't
Iowa or the Midwest?
I don't think so. We did a study, but this was 10 years ago, where we did a staffing study, and our staffing was far below all our comparable cities in the state of Iowa. But since then, and now I'm not just talking about engineering, we added many positions in reaction to that study. It was like, okay, wait a minute. We have way too high expectations for the people we have. They're leaving. And so we did add staff along the way, and that, of course, then meant we used less outside consultants, financial firms, those kinds of things. But still, every city has to, if they really want to make stuff happen on any kind of reasonable timeline, they have to be willing to bring in outside resources.
So one of the things I do remember we just hired is and added a position of an engineering technician, because we have these massive sanitary sewer projects, the old mill lift station, phase 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So we did hire an extra technical inspector to actually do the work that we would have normally hired a consultant to do. So instead of paying $120 an hour, $125 an hour for an inspector, we hired somebody for like a third of the cost. So
Those are helpful examples.
So that's like saving $75, $80 an hour for many, many years doing that inspection.
Yeah. I do think it's a balancing act. I mean, what I don't want to be is the city that is running into a dark room shooting at targets. You know, I don't want to be doing projects blind. I don't want to be trying to think about, you know, just guessing on things and doing our best without knowing the plan first. I think it's a good business practice, frankly, and I think you have to watch the money you're spending. And I think sometimes that cities are stuck having to spend more money than maybe a private business would, just because of some of the rules that we have to follow. But that said, I do think it's important that we have a solid idea of something and look at it closely, especially with engineering projects and especially with the scope of the projects that we're talking about here. So I, for one, think it's a good idea to go forward with this and do it. And I've heard us have the conversations of being careful with how we're going to do this and whether we need to hire somebody first instead of actually just going and having a consultant do the job. But I think we've been pretty good about that for the most part in the last few years to be able to get these things done in the most efficient way we can. Ms. Wethel, you had a question, I think.
Yeah, it was more of just a general statement as we talk about staffing. I would just say wait until budget, because you're going to read every department's request for what they need, and only a fraction of it is recommended by the city manager, because we can't afford it, flat up. And after what we just saw tonight with our tax potential, it's going to be serious. And in the past, I have struggled personally when staff comes up and speaks about what they need, and clearly it would help them in their department to have additional staff. But frankly, we don't have the funding for it, and that is not going to get better. So yes, we don't want to pay consultants, but also we're trying to dial in exactly what we need in the year, in the project, to get it done. And that's where we have to have people leading departments that know exactly what we need to dial in and what we need to hire when it comes to making sure we have the right staff on hand. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, very quickly, when I first was on council, I was upset that we were going from 702 to 704 employees, and now we're 754 because of what Mr. Van Milligan was saying. So there is this tension of hiring people and hiring consultants. So I think we're at a good, decent level, but again, if we have more employees proposed for budget, I'm likely to say, what are we doing? Why are we hiring more people? That's just how I react. So there is this, like you say, tension within me personally and within the budget about hiring, professional people who also need benefits and other type of things, and justice to the employees that we have, so that they have the help they need to give our citizens good work. So I was just going to just add that a little bit, that the actual size of the city population hasn't grown much since I've been on, officially at least. A whole lot more stuff is being done, and we're setting the stage for the future, which is going to be it can only be great if you plan to be great. So I'm looking forward to that, but just to say the tension is real. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, yeah, Mr. Shaver.
One more quick thing. So this parking mitigation strategy is, I guess, based on the bike lane throughout that corridor? Am I understanding that right?
It's based on two things. So one of the streets gets a bike lane, so that takes the traffic off of the parking. And the other street gets a super wide sidewalk, so it's more of a pedestrian-friendly feel, and there can be outside dining and things like that. And that takes off the parking on that one side of that street. That's an accurate description, right, Justine? Okay.
Yes, I would also add to that, understanding the parking concerns for the residents and the business owners and property owners in that area is when we create and give the opportunity for multimodal use so that we can have more pedestrians, across a whole stretch of sidewalk, or making it easier and safer for them to go from their parking spot. Maybe it's on a side street, or it's maybe 2 blocks over to where they feel comfortable to walk to that storefront or that restaurant. And then having the bike facility so we can have a cycle track for our patrons who do not have vehicles or getting their kids to school, all those sorts of things. It does create a bigger sense of not only community, but of safety, so that people, whether you're in a vehicle, whether you're parking, whether you're on the sidewalk or on a bike, that you know that you have space to be there. So even though we're removing parking on one side of Central and one side of White Street, we are adding benefit to that corridor. So just like to add to that. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any other questions, discussion before we call for?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Sprank, go for it.
Yeah, all good questions have been asked so far, but my big thing is more than likely all the business owners, folks living down there are going to say they want parking directly in front of their building. So I guess how is Bolton and Mink going to, I don't know, rectify that issue that we're going to be hearing? Because my biggest concern is we really need to continue to keep moving forward on Central. We know we've got to get the 14th Street overpass completed by, I believe, sometime in 2029, and then sometime in 2030 or so, the Julian Dubuque Bridge project goes on. So we've got all these bigger infrastructure problems that we're going to have, that we need to get going on Central. And I feel like the longer we keep going, we keep delaying this, it's going to be a bigger problem when those projects are also in the works as well. So I guess how will Bolton and Mink kind of rectify the parking issue?
Mr. Sprank, I'd like to just voice kind of the tentative timeline. I feel like that will be the best to answer your question. For this parking analysis, we would be going forward with all of that data and collection and providing that to the stakeholders and to council yourselves, hopefully by the middle of this year, if not right after the beginning of the new fiscal year. And then moving forward, that would give us, the correct steps forward so that we can go forward with those additional phases that we see in this segment. I would assume that Bolton and Mink has somewhat of a strategic plan for the stakeholder engagement. I have not gone into detail with them on that, but they do have history with this corridor, not only that, but also with Dubuque residents in general. So I think I'm very excited to see what they have, but there is going to need to be some tough conversations and compromise and consulting of, you know, what the options are. So I'm hoping that that answers your question.
I guess it does. So you're believing sometime in about 6 to 7 months we'd have this survey back? Is that correct, Justine?
Yes, I would hope we would have it sooner based on data, but I don't want to pinch myself. But yes, it would be 6 to 7 months from now. Yes.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Landecker.
One final question. How many parking spots are we talking about eliminating with these changes?
So with the one side of Central and one side of White Street, it would be for the whole corridor. Now, that could change with the different sections that we are looking at. So we're currently looking at the busiest section because we still have to accommodate freight and all of those. So I would say this northern portion probably has the most parking that we would remove or be proposed to remove. I apologize, I do not have that number on the top of my head. I could get that to you if you are interested. But it would be for the whole corridor that was proposed, and I can get that number for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay. All right, well, thank you both very much. We appreciate all the information. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. So Adrian, just call the roll, please.
Leindecker,
Nay.
Roussel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Nay.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-2.
Action item number 4 is open container ordinances.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file, and further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Karen, am I coming to you?
Yes.
All right.
During a recent discussion of updating practices within the organization related to alcoholic beverages, Chief Jensen mentioned the possibility of updating our local ordinances on open containers as the state law was updated last session. The city tries to mirror the state code when possible for ease of enforcement for our police department staff. The state amendments incorporated a prohibition of beverages containing any amount of THC for drivers of vehicles and outlined limitations on the transport of lawful beverages containing THC. I respectfully request our open container ordinances be amended to include the state of Iowa code amendments.
Thank you, Karen. Questions or discussion? All right. Seems pretty straightforward in this case. All right, motion here is to receive and file and waive the 3 readings. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel?
I move final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion and a second. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 5 is off-premises sign regulations moratorium extension.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick?
I move to receive and file. I further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Planning Services Director Wally Werneman is recommending City Council approval to extend the temporary building permit moratorium related to off-premises signs until July 1st, 2026. This extension will provide additional time to complete the review and update of the Unified Development Code, ensuring that proposed changes are thorough and reflect community feedback. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions or discussion?
I have a question.
Yeah, Mr. Staber.
I guess, why is this moratorium in effect?
Wally?
Wally Werma, Planning Services Director. So back in October, we were going through a series of rezoning requests for the Bridge Lofts property, which is the Bridge Restaurant. And during that discussion, it was brought up about billboards. Could a billboard be placed on this building? As we had those conversations, we went into the billboard discussion about distance separation requirements from existing billboards, from historic districts. And then we also had a conversation about some current billboards that are being placed in our community that were popping up at the time. We had one down on Washington Street, one out on Highway 20, and another one was put up on Pennsylvania. So there's a big conversation. We were being contacted by the community with regards to, are these allowed? Because they felt that it was in an area that they couldn't put one up. So one that generated a lot of conversation was Washington and 20th Street. There was one that was placed there. So as part of that discussion and before the city council at that time, I brought information together that kind of laid out all the rules and regulations about billboards. And we're going through the Unified Development Code update at that time. And we were doing public engagement and doing surveys with regards to billboards and what other regulations that we're doing for the other municipalities. So for instance, some municipalities just don't even allow them. Some do allow them based on certain requirements. So back in October, I brought this before the city council, and the request was, either provide some direction to planning staff to prepare an amendment to the existing billboard regulations. So if we wanted to amend that regulation, we could do that at that time. Provide some direction to that. The other one was adopt the attached ordinance approving a temporary building permit moratorium and allow us time as we work through the Unified Development Code and have those conversations about the aesthetics, the use of the billboards, separations, everything we were gathering in the research that we're going for the Unified Development Code. And the third one was just take no action and review it as part of the Unified Development Code, which basically we would just continue as status quo. At that time, the city council decided to adopt the moratorium to extend the billboards until March. So just kind of give you an update about the Unified Development Code. So we've received a draft of the Unified Development Code. It has been pretty much almost a comprehensive rewrite of our code. So the review of that is taking significantly longer than we were anticipating. We were hoping to have the draft code come before you in March. Unfortunately, at this time, with the amount of work that's involved with the complete rewrite, it's taken staff time, some additional time to review, because we want to make sure we have everything right, be able to provide it together so we can get it out to the public for the review and the draft. But that was the reason why the moratorium came through. I think it was an opportunity that says, hey, we're talking about signs, we're reviewing signs. Let's look at pausing at this time. So,
Have the people in this industry reached out?
What's that?
Have the people in the, we're talking about billboards, right?
Billboards, yeah.
So have the people in that industry reached out to the city and?
Not this time.
No, they don't feel like they're being held up, or?
No, I mean, we've had some conversations about, typically it's more about when they remove a sign. So we have separation requirements when a sign gets removed. There's a whole formula. It's in the information. And big conversations are like, hey, if we have to take this billboard down, can I put it back up? And based on current code requirements, they may be able to, they may not, or the separations with regards to it. So we had some conversations, for instance, like that one Bridge Loft property, could one be placed on the building? No, but there is space in the parking lot further up that can meet the separation requirements. So we haven't had a lot of billboards pop up other than we had a flurry of them. We had an outside vendor that came in and it was finding locations and putting up billboards. I think some of them don't even have advertising. I think they still say that they're available for rent. And they've been up for, over a year right now, so.
Maybe they were going in kind of places that were unexpected just because they were trying to get market share or something?
Yeah, I think we get opportunities where people look at trying to find areas where zoning they could be placed. So the one on 20th Street, that actually was a result of a rezoning, and then in the rezoning it actually allowed a freestanding billboard at that location. The intention of that rezoning was not for the billboard. It was more for a car wash that's located down there and auto sales. And conversely, there's a proposal for a billboard. We got a lot of lot of community input about how did a billboard get built here. So that's the conversation that really generated a lot of this, besides the Bridge Restaurant location. So
I guess my only concern is they're kind of holding up this whole industry and during kind of the building season, but it doesn't sound like there's a whole bunch of outcry about building signs, so I guess they're okay with it. That was my only question. Thank you.
okay.
All right, anyone else? All right, and thanks for the update on the development code, Wally. That's helpful to know that. All right, motion here is to receive and file, waive the 3 readings. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 6 is tax increment ordinance for the Greater Downtown Urban Renewal District.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move to receive and file, and further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Russell, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Economic Development Director Jill Connors is recommending City Council approval of a tax increment ordinance version 2026.1 of the amended and restated plan, amending the tax increment financing district for the Greater Downtown Urban Renewal Area. The proposed amendment would expand the TIF district to include a new Old Mercy sub-area in alignment with the amended and restated Urban Renewal Plan version 2026.1. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. This is obviously step 2 of something we did earlier. So, any discussion or questions? Seeing and hearing none. All right, motion here is to receive and file, waive the 3 readings. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second by Wethel.
Motion and a second. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 7 is work session request Dubuque Main Street.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and set the work session for March 16th, 2026 at 6 p.m. for the Dubuque Main Street presentation. Thank you.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel, right before a council meeting. All right, then Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Lyon Decker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next are council member reports.
All right, it is getting pretty late, and we got a closed session coming, so maybe we can keep these, a little bit brief tonight, if we could. But still want to hear them, so whatever reports you might have.
I can kick us off.
Yeah, Mr. Londick, please.
So I just continue my orientation with amongst the departments. So that's been a great opportunity to learn. And Mr. Resnick asked me earlier. He said, "What's the one thing that has surprised you?" And I continue to say, I don't. There's not been any surprises yet, but it's just been good confirmation about the meeting with the city departments and the people that we have working here in our respective city. So I'll keep it brief. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Londick. Anybody else want to go? Yeah, Ms. Wethel.
I will just briefly say I spent February 6th, Friday, in Iowa City for the Early Childhood Iowa Division 7 planning gathering. I met with a number of leaders selected for the District 7 board, including supervisors from Jackson County and the 14-county region of folks, all deeply passionate about early childhood services And as of now, the Senate and House bills have been tabled. That does not mean they're dead. But I will share that I am grateful for the incredible advocacy of people telling their stories and speaking about the importance of local freedom as it relates to our ability to ensure that our residents have the best services locally we can get them. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Resnick.
Yes, thank you. Like most of us, I had a visit with our Humane Society this past week and learned all about, what they do for our citizens and for our companion animals. And they do great work. I told the young woman who is the executive director that Dubuque residents love their animals and they respect the lives of their animals, their companion animals, and they make a big difference. And so one of her questions was, what did she think, or what did I think about the level of support of the Humane Society in Dubuque? And I said it's very important. They're growing. They're always looking for people to help out on volunteers and looking at ways to strategize how to improve what they do. And so I just want to report to the residents that we've got a great Humane Society there looking for help, and they got some great professionals working there. So, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. All right. Well, we do have a closed session, so I'll entertain a motion, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move that we go into closed section in accordance with Chapter 21.51 A, C, and J to discuss confidential records, pending litigation, and purchase or sale of real estate.
Second by Leindecker.
Got a motion by Wethel, second by Leindecker. For the record, the attorney the city council will consult with on the issues to be discussed in closed session is City Attorney Colonel Brumwell. Adrian, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker.
Aye.
Roussel. Aye. Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Wethel. Aye. Sprank.
Aye.
Staver. Resnick.
Aye.
That motion passes 7-0. We are in closed session.